pointing out yourself. Greetings, everybody. You are watching Monday Descended to Avernus here with Crit Cats. Thank you for joining us. We have a lot of fun and interesting things planned for you this evening. This is our first time playing in a little while. It seems a long time since our party was conscripted by the Flaming Fist in order to investigate some murders across Baldur's Gate, perpetrated, of course, by the Cult of the Dead Three. Since then, our heroes have uncovered a plot by the Higher Overseer of Elturel to sacrifice the city of Elturel to indentured servitude to serve the Archduke Zariel in the Blood War. So they've followed the city into Avernus, into the first layer of the Nine Hells, and are now on the trail of the Sword of Zariel, which they are sure is the key to the city's redemption. Now our heroes find themselves in the Wandering Emporium, for they were tasked by the night hag, Red Ruth, in order to secure her a spa day so that they could free the Dao Ralzala from her prison at the Demon Zapper.
There will be a quiz on all of that.
Definitely.
Just to clarify,
Spanish
you
music.
said that the party is sure that the sword is the key, but
Oh, we lost somebody. Oh, there we go.
but Ned's not really sure of anything.
He's sure he can count to 2, which he's sure is higher than Vic can count.
I still do not know
That
what
is
you are talking
true.
about. Do any of these places nearby look like a barber?
I believe you had just stepped into the main pavilion and were being welcomed by Mahadi.
Right, that's right. We were inside the thing. Yep. Sorry.
So, hold on. I have something for this. If I could find where I put it.
Yes. Handsome.
Your host had just introduced himself as Mahadi, proprietor of the Infernal Rapture, owner of the Wandering Emporium, and chef extraordinaire at your service.
Oh, that's right. We actually smelled good things there, didn't we?
Yeah, you tasted some chai that was actually real chai.
I believe I ate a cookie and started crying.
I think everybody
You
started.
did. That did happen.
I'm not
In
crying.
real life.
You're not crying, you're crying.
You
All
all,
right.
why do you all leak?
Mahadi he bids you to enter the pavilion, to enter the Infernal Rapture. He says, come and join me at my table.
Is there like a doorway through here, essentially, or is this like a
This
open
little
on all sides?
thing here, this little sub-tent is the
Okay.
entrance.
Gotcha.
So,
Okay.
this is what's going to happen. I'm going to move some of the NPCs out of the way here, and we're going to pretend that Lulu is the table that Mahadi wants you all to sit around.
Okay.
Mahadi, of course, is going to sit here. He bids you to enter. I'd like you all to arrange yourselves around the table, because that'll become important later.
Mahadi is the one that the skull was talking about, who isn't
Barnabas.
as he seems, right? Barnabas, yeah.
Yeah. So,
All right.
he bids you to enter the Infernal Rapture, and as you do, it looks much, much larger on the inside, if you recall. It's like a warehouse. There are huge open seating areas, there's hookahs around. There are a couple of people sitting at tables by themselves. One of them is an unfamiliar face. One of them is a very familiar face. You see Razi at a table, not too far, in a private booth, and she is feasting. She's got a big roast boar, she's got huge mugs of ale, she's got all kinds of food. She's just like biting through a whole watermelon. But no matter what kind of noise she makes, it looks like she's in a barbarian rage eating. But no matter what kind of noise she makes, you cannot hear her. And as Mahadi leads you past where she's seated, he tells you that any conversation that you have is completely confidential. No one is allowed to to listen in to anyone else's conversations here. This is uh, this is a personal concoction of mine. I call them silence curtains. And as you look up on top of the booth, there are sort of curtains draped around the booth, not enclosing it. But he stops for just a moment briefly, and Razi looks up and sees all of you, and she waves and tries to say hi. And it's very, it's very clear what she's trying to say. Even if you don't read lips, she goes. However, you can't make out what she's trying to say. And Mahadi begins to explain to you that even if you can read lips, you're not going to be able to discern any information as long as these curtains are active.
I'm going to send Razi a message.
It doesn't work.
That's a bunch of
okay.
hogwash. And Ned gets up and just starts telling Razi everything that's happened since she has left the party.
Razi just kind of goes.
Vice is going to slowly put a hand over Ned's mouth, knowing full and well that we are in the company of others. And none of this is confidential.
And at that point, Mahadi, standing sort of next to where Razi is sitting from your perspective, right, sort of off to the side, he waves and says, "Hi." Now you can clearly see that she is indicating to you that she wishes to say hello. However, these curtains do not allow any information to be transferred, so any conversation that we have is completely and totally secure and between us and us alone. Now, please, come and have a seat. And the last person, to flit in is Lulu. And for a long moment, Mahadi just kind of stares at Lulu and says, "Lulu?" Lulu kind of stops where she is, flaps her wings a little bit, and she says, "Mahadi?" He looks nervous at first. And then he asks, "What are you doing here?" She says, "I'm here with my friends. It's been a long while since I've seen you. I don't remember how I got here. I remember being here." Mahadi then replies with, "I'm sorry, there's a cat in my notes. I sheltered you when you were lost. Don't you remember?" To which Lulu, her eyes brighten up a little bit and she says, "Oh yeah, I remember. You made me French fries." At that, Mahadi looks a little relieved. "It seems this is an old family reunion here. Come, please make yourselves comfortable. Join me at my table." And he leads you sort of halfway across this huge warehouse-sized pavilion tent to where there's a large circular seating area with a grand table with a huge hookah in the middle. There's
as we walk,
comfortable cushions all over the place.
I'd like to send Lulu a message and be like, "Hey Lulu, you know this guy. What can you tell us about him?"
"I know he makes really good French fries. I stayed here for a while when I was lost."
And I'll send her another message. "Is there anything kind of weird about him?"
"Everything here is really weird. I don't know."
And then one more message. "Is there anything important we should know?"
The only response that you get via the message this time is like a confused, huff.
Alright. Never mind. Alright, yeah, then.
She has no idea.
Yeah. Worth a shot. Okay, so I guess I'll take a seat at the table after he sits, of course.
All right. Everyone sits. Mahadi waves his hand, and within moments, a servant returns with another tea service with piping hot chai. And as the chai gets placed down in front of every one of you, Mahadi begins to speak. It is a point of personal pride, and also a duty that I hold sacred to make all of you as comfortable as possible. Now, I offered you some chai before, but I think we can do a little better, can't we? I do so enjoy this part. Let's see, so we're going to go around the table clockwise. First, Vice.
Oh.
He kind of shoots you a sideways glance and then waves his hand over your cup of chai, and it becomes a cup of hot spiced cider. With a little bit of whipped cream on top with a caramel drizzle.
Hold on, this is real important. Is there a cinnamon stick?
There is.
Fuck yeah! Alright.
I take it that means you approve.
She looks like she doesn't want to, but she's slightly excited.
He kind of gently wafts his hand over the cup so that the scent of the apple cider drifts towards you.
Hmm. Gonna very
Enjoy.
very slowly take a sip.
It's delicious.
I don't trust anything apple flavored now.
But it actually
Or
tastes
apple
like
related.
apples. It doesn't taste like Avernus.
I know. But now I've got history.
Mahadi then turns his attention to Ned, at which point he waves his hand over Ned's piping hot cup of chai and becomes a small steel cup with what appears to be brandy. He says, "This is a drink that is notorious among the
Before-
deep gnomes. It's called
Before he
Goggandy."
finishes, he's already down the whole thing. Like,
Oh.
this is a drink. He's like,
It tastes phenomenal. However, when you drink it, you have a vivid hallucination.
the best kind of hallucination.
Yeah. So for a couple of minutes, Ned is just kind of babbling incoherently like he's on some kind of crazy DMT trip.
Oh, again.
But,
Yeah, I was gonna say this just happened, didn't it?
yeah. So nobody else knows what's going on here. But Ned, you find yourself sitting at a table with a somewhat familiar looking gnome. I think you saw his picture in a book somewhere.
You, I know you.
And I know you. You really stepped in it, didn't you?
Well, if it's gonna be there, you might as well step in it, right?
At that point, he lets out a guffaw and slaps the table. Well,
Oh.
that's one philosophy.
It's the less boring one, right?
You certainly have been entertaining. I've been watching you. As a matter of fact, I dare say all the eyes of the multiverse are watching you now.
Really? I start looking around for eyes.
He starts to laugh again.
You don't seem boring to me. When I read about you before, I thought maybe you might be boring, but maybe that was just the author.
We always sound boring in books. Real life is much more interesting.
So why have you been watching me? I don't understand.
Because you've been lost for a long time. I want to help you find your way home, but like I said, you really stepped in it. However, it sort of seems that if you continue along your current course, things may just resolve themselves.
Now that's what I've been trying to tell Vice. Things seem to work out. You just gotta play it out. Don't be afraid to try stuff, right?
Don't be silly. Things are going to work out if you do what the shield tells you. I hate to say it, but as long as you continue along that particular course, I have a good feeling about it. Just try not to
Dead.
step in it too much harder. And at that point, you come out of your stupor. That'll be a couple of minutes down the road here. Mahadi then turns his attention to Vargas. He sits back in his chair a little bit and says, "My apologies if this is a stereotype." And he rubs his fingers together, and your piping hot cup of chai becomes a very tall pewter mug full of dwarvish stout.
You have anything stronger?
And then he snaps his fingers, and next to it there's a steel shot glass full of what you can only assume is whiskey.
Aye, there we go. Aye,
However-
you know how to please.
However, the bubbles of the stout pop in a strange fashion. They sort of pop in a configuration that looks like dwarvish script. And if you look in your journal, you should be able to see a handout. Vargas's Infernal Brew Bubbles. Mahadi then turns his attentions to Vic. My understanding is that you neither imbibe nor consume food.
It is true, but I still appreciate the hospitality.
I have something you just might like. And he waves his hand over your piping hot cup of chai, and it becomes a chalice, in which there appears to be some oil, which will nicely loosen up your joints. And
Very
around
much
the stem
so.
of the chalice is tied a cloth for application.
Ah, thank you. I have been very squeaky lately.
And last but of course not least, he turns his attention to Francis. He waves his hand over your piping hot cup of chai, and it becomes something that sort of takes you back to home. It's like a dessert cup full of caviar.
Well, I do appreciate your hospitality here. Wow, I haven't seen something like this in a long time.
I thought you might appreciate that. Did I hit the mark?
Is there a mother of pearl spoon next to it?
It was metal, and then Mahadi waves his hand, it becomes mother of pearl.
Gracious, thank you very much. And immediately take a spoonful. Are there like crostini or some like creme fraiche nearby?
Sure.
Yeah, I immediately start
Like
making myself.
crackers.
Yeah, I immediately start making myself a little thing and toss it down the hatch.
Wonderful. My friends, I do so sincerely hope that I have made your stay at least a little more comfortable, for we have many things to discuss.
Many
First-
things you say.
Many things.
Hmm.
First and foremost, I'm sure that you understand there are rules here. The chief among them, of course, is there will be no violence and no spellcasting. That is something that even I, as the proprietor, am bound to. Thus, I must insist if you are going to remain here, you must sign a simple contract. Which comes in 2 pages.
As you can probably imagine, we haven't really had the best of experience with contracts.
I understand. That is the nature of the 9 hells. However, I must insist, for your safety and mine as well. Please take your time inspecting the contract. There are no hidden clauses, no hidden fees.
Is the common written out in the contract underneath it, or is this all an infernal?
It's in both.
Okay.
Me reading the Infernal, do the words actually match up?
They are a perfect translation. indisputable.
Vice is going to raise her head after reading the contract and say, "And you said that this applies to you as well?"
Absolutely. I refuse to have violence in this house. However, there is one law that stretches across all of the multiverse. If you are attacked here, you are allowed to defend yourself without consequence. From time to time, assassins like to try to take my head.
And the spell casting applies to you as well.
Of course. Only in self-defense. Or unless there's some sort of, how shall I say, non-aggressive intention. If you wish to cast a healing spell on yourself or one of your comrades, of course, there will be no consequence.
Now, a question in this contract, it does say that we are to pay in full any services or material provided to us. Now, I understand that you just provided with us a snack. Is this included within this contract?
Oh. You're a quick one, aren't you? Well, I suppose it's a good thing that you already had a bite.
Well, shit.
I do so enjoy negotiating from positions of power.
Except we didn't sign a contract at that point.
It doesn't matter.
Excuse me,
You're still
folks.
here.
Let me
Either you can sign this contract, or I'm going to have to ask you to leave.
Vargas is going to push away the two drinks.
See you guys.
Now, before we go on any further, like I said, I am absolutely, and if you'll forgive the pun, hell-bent on making your stay as comfortable as humanly possible. So,
You already failed.
Allow me to share with you today's menu. Vice can actually read this one. If you turn it over to the back, it's written in common. For those of you who have already partaken in our services, a meal here at the Infernal Rapture, all-inclusive of course, comes with a cost of 1 soul coin. All desserts, coffee, tea, main dishes, appetizers, and so forth are included. And included with this cost is a visit to the Infernal Rapture Spa campus, just to the north of here. If there's something on the menu that you would like, or something off the menu that you would like, I can prepare a special meal for you. It may cost a little more time, and the cost may be significantly greater. If you want dragon steaks, for example, that may cost you upward of 5 soul coins. However, and let's see, who's sitting right next to him? He leers over at Francis just a little bit and says, "You look malnourished. I'm going to throw in a salad course, absolutely free, for anyone who chooses to dine here."
I think we all need to go and have a little chat outside. You wouldn't mind excusing us, would you?
There will be no need for that. And he draws a curtain and says, "I'll be back in just a few moments to check on you." And he saunters off.
Well, I mean, I haven't drank this drink, but we all had the chai before we entered, didn't we? So, if we sign this contract, we're giving something up. A lot of us. If we don't, well, we do have something here we need to accomplish, but it does not take all of us. I hate to say it, but perhaps maybe someone who already does not have a soul should stay, sign the contract, and take care of the business while the rest of us wait outside.
Vargas, can you roll me a straight int?
Okay.
Wow.
Never mind. Everybody else, we want to roll me a straight int? Goodness gracious.
Gotta get those shit rolls out the way early, ladies and gentlemen.
We are a bunch of dumb fucks, aren't we?
Hold on. There's one possible saving grace here. Ha!
Thank God,
says,
Lulu.
The guy who brought us the chai at the entrance said this was compliments of the infernal rapture. I think the chai was free.
Alright. So, if that's the case, then these ones in front of us, if you've already drank and you do have a soul, then perhaps you shouldn't stay and sign this contract. I hate to say it, but if you do, I mean, are you willing to give up your soul for a drink or a little bit of food?
Not even remotely.
I haven't touched mine.
Is that what the contract says?
It's
You can
between the lines.
I mean, it's asking for soul coins.
Now,
Ned, nothing
What-
here is gratuitous or straightforward.
let's say when it was said that there's no like fine print or
Wonderful.
anything like that, was he saying that to us?
he
Or is it more so? Okay, so would I be able to use my eye for detail to make a perception check to see if there's any extra bits to this?
Sure, and anybody else who wants to try and verify, you can roll an investigation.
Well, mine didn't work.
I got a pass of a 15,
Oh, I did!
but I'll give it a shot.
Vice, you are absolutely certain that that contract is totally on the up and up. Vargas, you too. Ned,
Up and
you rolled
up,
the wrong
as in
thing.
it's legit.
I've been wrong
You
about
definitely
contracts
intimidated
Well,
the
before.
because
paper.
so. Wait, what? Oh, sorry, never mind.
Ned
I heard
totally
wrong.
intimidated that piece of paper.
I suppose
It never saw you coming.
I saw the eye.
there's no way for me to look for like a illusory script or something on it, is there?
You don't detect any hint of magic or anything other than the fact that this is a binding contract.
Hmm.
There's nothing hidden about it.
So this is legitimate. Just if you've already had something here, you're gonna have to pay for it in full, as the contract states.
That's in order to stay here, correct? I think it was.
You gonna ask Mahadi?
I mean, the option is either we sign for it and we stay, or he said the other option is you leave. So theoretically, at this point, I can stop, leave, and not come back in, and just hang out outside while you guys conduct your business, and it wouldn't cost us.
I think that regardless of whether or not you currently possess a soul in the situation, there will be a soul exchanged for the goods that are present here, whether it be a soul coin or our own.
That's also true.
Is
yeah.
this one soul coin per person, or is this one
I
soul
also
coin for the
think-
group of us?
Probably per person?
I would assume. I would assume per
Yeah.
person,
And we don't have that kind of
because at least two people have already partaken.
At least 3.
Who's the
I
third?
think I did
Okay.
explicitly say that I took a sip.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, so we've got
Vegas,
3
you
that would
been
have to
applying
pay.
the oil to your joints.
I hadn't yet,
I'll do it.
but I was definitely planning
Was
to.
Vic going to do it because
Yeah,
probably
let's
a minute or
we'll
two
say.
had elapsed?
Let's say I was definitely motioning as to go do it, so it would have probably happened at that point. So that's
Vargas,
4.
Had you intended before that last part to drink the drinks?
No, I wanted to wait and see what would happen,
So
and
Vargas
I was
being
already pretty
shrewd.
sketchy. Yeah.
He's the
That
only
means
smart
4
one of
you
us.
had partaken.
Okay.
At that point, Mahadi pokes his head back in the curtains and says, "Have you come to a consensus?"
There's still some things I
No.
want to discuss.
Of course.
Yeah.
Well, now I do have a question. You did say that purchase of the meal here for 1 soul coin also included a complimentary trip to the spa.
Correct.
Is that transferable?
No.
Well, then, shit.
Can you give us like
Infernal
an...
Rapture Spa Campus tailors its experiences to each individual customer. It's another point of pride of ours.
Well, can you pay in advance for someone else?
Oh, absolutely.
All right. Well, that's something we 100% intend to do. But I don't think everyone's going to stick around. I think that's only going to be a couple of us.
I'm afraid that is not an option. We are judged by the company we keep. So either all of you can sign this contract, or I'm going to have to ask all of you to leave.
Damn.
Exceptionally
Well-
rude.
Welcome
I mean-
to Avernus.
Stop that. Stop it. Don't say welcome to Avernus like that's some foreboding thing. I've been here. I lost my soul here.
Welcome to Avernus, she said to me, condescended me. Take a seat. Oh.
Get out of my house.
How many soul coins do we have?
Yeah, what's our
Last
coffers
count
look
was
like?
7.
7.
So we'd be spending 5.
This is
Well,
gonna be an
4.
expensive night, y'all.
4.
4 and then 1
Why
for
would it
Red
be
Roof,
4?
so 5.
Yeah.
Wait, who was the 4 for?
Vic
I
Francis
Four.
and Vice?
4. Yeah, 4 of us had partaken in what we were offered.
yeah.
Right. Shit.
Hey, my hottie. Is there
Are
a
you flirting
maybe a-
with me?
I'm gonna leave the room if this is happening.
is there a gambling table around here
Is it?
somewhere?
Mahadi
Just
cracks
curious
his
of what-
knuckles. What did you have in mind?
Well, we have a limited number of soul coins, and I'm wondering if we can make that limited number a larger number.
If you'd like to play a game of cards, I'd be happy to indulge you.
What about your feeling on maybe some dice?
I also have some playing cards.
I prefer cards.
For we
Playing
don't
cards is
play.
when you really get to understand who they are.
Mahadi, perhaps you can enlighten me. Are there any, let's say, people here who could use our services?
Perhaps.
I mean, we could,
However,
certainly.
before we can continue this conversation any further, I'm afraid I must insist. All of you must sign the contract, or I'm going to have to ask all of you to leave.
Things I must do here.
Vic's gonna sign.
Mahadi produces a simple ink and quill.
I mean, what are we really doing here? We're here to buy a spa day for a witch to get a unicorn? I mean, this is really worth it all.
I mean, she's the one that gave us the coins to begin with.
And I
say
mean-
it that way.
I mean, we've gone down this path. I don't think we have any other leads that we can follow. I mean,
Oh, well, we do have the other direction. We had the one where...
Remember why we're here.
I whisper back, I forgot the moment we left.
Oh, shit.
You should remind everybody, for everyone who forgot.
Yeah, for
everyone who's
first-time
watching on the
watchers-
stream.
Yeah, first-time watchers on the stream. Love your
Yeah,
face. Love that you're
For the
here.
sword.
Yeah, that sword. Yeah.
I'll take swords for 800, Trebek.
The answer is today's daily double.
Not what your mother said last night, Trebek.
I'll take anal bum cover.
I'll take
Oh.
therapist for 1,000. It's therapist, Connery.
That's not what your mother said, Trebek. All right, Francis will grab the contract next and sign as well.
Lulu looks at Mahadi and says, "Can I have some French fries?" Mahadi
No,
leans
Lulu,
over
no,
and
nope,
pets
nope.
new Lulu on the
Lulu.
snout and says, "You eat here for free."
I need that in writing.
He looks at you sort of incredulously and takes the ink quill from your hand and writes on the front of your armor, "Lulu eats for free."
You damn right she does.
God, I'm balling my fists next to me, fighting the urge to punch this dude right in the face.
At that point, I think he'd probably try to egg you on. He, puts one hand on your cheek and says, "It's alright. We're all friends here. We're just kidding around."
Burn this whole place to the ground.
I will take the quill and is it a feathered quill or is it
Yes.
just a pin? I'll kind of wiggle it at Francis's nose, to break the tension, and then I will put my X on the line.
Francis, roll me a Constitution saving throw, please. You don't sneeze.
Quick, possibly.
I was like, what, am I being poisoned? Is that what that was?
Possibly dumb question. But do those, those, weird rules revolving, signing contracts where if you don't use your, dominant hand, it's, nullifies the contract or whatever? Is that, a thing?
Have you been watching this stream?
I mean, would I be allowed to use my non-dominant hand? Using,
I mean,
a
you can do
sleight
that,
of hand
whether
or
not it's
something
gonna
like
have
that?
any effect on the contract.
That's fair, that's fair.
Ate an apple made of worms. Alright? None of this makes sense.
Ned signed my name.
When I sold my soul, I signed Francis's name, and it didn't do any good.
If anything,
is
now
okay.
his
I wrote
name is
down
legally
that guy.
Francis.
Things like magic and infernal contracts are resolved by intention.
Heard. Okay, I just wanted to make sure, because I was like, maybe that'd be a little smart
I
ass
think I
thing to do.
signed Vargas's name on the...
On the second one.
Yeah.
Identity
I just
theft is
put
not
an
a
X
joke,
on this
Jim.
one.
Michael? So who else needs a sign?
Me.
And me.
Let's see. Well, as far as I know, I believe I'm holding at least 3 of the soul coins.
I believe I think I gave you mine.
I have
So I'm
3 of
holding
them.
all of the soul. Okay, you have 3. So I have 4.
Think of it this way, Vice.
Yes.
It can't possibly get any worse.
There it is. He did it.
Why?
He said it. He said
Why?
it. He said the
Ned,
thing.
I'm
He did
gonna
it.
cry. I'm gonna actually cry.
Error. He said the thing.
Everything that
Error.
happens, everything bad that happens from this point in the campaign on, we're gonna call it the Curse of Ned.
No, I'm just saying you've already signed over your soul, although I'm not sure the specifics of that, but you say you did. So let's say you don't have a soul coin to pay the guy for the food and stuff. What's he gonna do? Fight off the last guy that you signed your soul to?
If you're saying this out loud in Mahadi's presence, Mahadi would say, "Oh, well, that's no problem. Obviously, I can take one of the other undersigned souls as payment."
Ned, shut your fucking mouth.
Stop it. It's literally all I have left at this point.
Look, I know I'm not the smartest guy around. But I'm not stupid. You can't just do that. Can you?
I feel
Yes.
like the
Mahadi,
shield would
do you
come up
happen-
off of your back and
100%.
smack you in the back of the head, man.
Oh,
You're like the student that goes up to the teacher and says, "You can't give us homework over spring break."
Oh,
Do you have complimentary spray bottles? I think I saw a cat around here that is causing trouble.
well,
look
Mahadi
at
takes
the-
a spray bottle and pours some vinegar in it, and he whispers to you, "I hear gnomes hate this stuff."
This isn't going to cost me anything, is it?
No, not beyond the meal that you're already going to pay for.
I reluctantly back away from the spray bottle. However, I don't trust anything at this point, man.
This is bound now by sacred contract. You have imbibed. Thus, I'm going to insist, for your sake and for mine, that you stick around to have a meal here. Like I said, I'm going to throw in an extra salad course, because you look a little malnourished, the lot of you. Our Warforged friend here accepted, of course.
Of course.
And I'm also going to insist that you at least stick around for perhaps a small sauna treatment or something that is included in the price. All of these are going to be 1 soul coin per person. No more, no less. Unless, of course, you want something outlandish.
So, I mean, you could just be lying about the whole we all need to sign the contract thing. I mean, yeah, you would like to say that. You'd like all of us to sign, but, I mean, you're just saying that. There's nothing explicit about this place that says necessarily that that's true.
That's right there in the contract.
It's in the contract, sure. The contract that
And
you
I'm going
wrote.
to have to
no
insist
less.
that you sign it now. Otherwise, I'm going to have to ask you to leave.
Mahadi, one last question. What contract did Razi sign?
The same as this. It's a standard contract. And you can kind of... Hold on, let me bring the thing back up here. I don't know if this is gonna... Does this display it all to you again? You can see that
Yep.
there's boards kind of hanging up everywhere on which there are open contracts.
Me is that you say the rules apply to you regarding magic and violence, and yet here
Absolutely
you
vile
are.
war violence.
Here you are threatening to remove us from the
I
premises.
am threatening no one. I am here to keep the peace. I take that very seriously. The only reason that I have the license to operate here is that this is a safe place, a neutral meeting ground.
Where'd you get your license?
Well, wouldn't you like to know?
Yeah, I just asked.
That information is too valuable, too good to be given away freely. I'd be willing to tell you for a soul coin.
Mahadi,
So-
if you give me just 1 second, I think I can put my my friends' minds at ease. Just 1 moment of privacy again. I know you went out. It's a pain
I
in the
will
butt.
return
But
in just a moment with your first course. At that time, unless you have all signed the contract, I will have to ask you all to leave. Please, deliberate.
Thank you. So when he leaves, I'm gonna turn to Vice, but I'm speaking loud enough for everybody to hear. Say, you know how you had that vision of I think it was your deity or multiple deities, and they said you should come here and because we need you to, I don't know, keep us from screwing things up or something like that. I know you said something like that.
Yes,
Well,
and as a result, I've already lost my soul.
well, oh, that's an interest. Are you are you mad at your deities for that, or what? Well, that doesn't matter. So I
I
just
think we
want
should
you to
be
know. So you know the gnome god Garl Glittergold. You, I'm assuming you know that you read a lot of books. So, I saw him
Wait, what? When?
after I just a little while ago I drank that drink. I know. Let me finish. It seems weird, but I think it might have been him because I drank the drink and then I was somewhere else and he was there and he told me he told me that I really stepped in it this time, and he also said I should not step in it anymore. That doesn't sound like something I would just come up with off the top of my head, because I'm all about stepping in it. Anyway, he said if we continue on this path, things should work out. And he literally said, he doesn't like saying it because it's the shield, right? The guy in the shield telling us to go this way, but he said things will work out.
Wait, he specifically mentioned the shield.
He did. For some reason, I don't know why. I mean, there's just a guy in a shield, right? I don't know who that is. He's into himself, and I signed a contract and everything, but I don't know. This girl seemed to not like the guy in the shield, but he said, regardless, we should keep going. And I think that means this place too.
The thing, Ned, I don't even know if I can trust a single thing that I've seen, heard, felt, smelled, any of that since I've stepped in here. None of it feels real. Well, it feels real, but it's too good to be at Avernus.
Oh, yeah, this place is a huge trap. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying, I think the path will work out. I think.
All right, Dargus is going to stand up, sign the contract, and move over to where Vice is put on the table. There's not much else for it. If we're intent on seeing this all the way through, it's a high price to pay, but we'll have to find a way to make some more soul coins here. That's our only option.
And I actually have an idea. I know. It's weird. But you sold your soul. If you're worried about not being able to pay with the soul coin, and the guy said, well, if that's the case, I'll just take somebody else's from the party. Why don't you leave it up to the party? Let them make the choice. I'm saying them because I already sold my soul. But theirs are the souls at risk. Let them decide.
Lulu looks up from her plate of fries and says, I think we have enough soul coins.
Forgot she was eating fries.
Yeah, right now we have 7 soul coins. I think that's enough for us to have the meal that he's offering, plus buying the spa treatment for Red Ruth.
We even have one extra that we can use to make some more. Somehow.
And Vargas hasn't even drank anything or eaten anything, so really only 4 of you have committed currently.
Yeah, but he said we all need to, right?
You need to sign the contract, acknowledging that there will be no spellcasting and no violence.
Oh, yeah.
Although it
that's
is
true.
weird that on the contract it doesn't say anything about either of those.
Well, that was posted on the way in. No spellcasting, no
okay.
violence.
The contract is just saying
of
whatever you consume.
Whatever you do here, you got to pay for.
Right.
But we can
No
use
casting,
spells
no violence,
as
no
long
shoes, no service.
as
No shoes, no
we
shirt, no
don't.
service.
Yeah, just let me know. Like, the spell casting is okay as long as it's non-violent or offensive.
Without malicious intent.
Benevolent only.
Yeah, benevolent only. All right, gotcha. Well, I leave the contract next to Vice. I'm gonna go stand over here.
Vice is gonna grip her holy symbol keychain.
You all of a sudden feel sort of calm.
Almost as soon as she feels the calmness, she kind of snaps away from it. Very distrusting.
Of your own holy symbols?
We wouldn't want our deities to make us feel, peaceful about anything.
Hold on a moment. Hold on. She's gonna. That's right. She's gonna bite her cheek till it bleeds, and then she'll sign the contract.
Okay. All of you notice visibly there's like a dribble of blood running down.
Holy shit! I figure I'm just like
you were
chewing on the
thinking
inside
again.
of my mouth, but ow.
Well, you said until it bleeds.
Okay, you can
I
do
just-
that with your mouth
Go.
closed.
I think Vice is becoming a vampire.
But like she doesn't quite get it yet.
No, guys, hold on. Just give me a minute.
It's like she's the Bear Grylls of vampires. She's drinking her own blood.
Now, see, when you don't have anyone else's hemoglobin, it keeps sustained.
You just have to boil it to keep it clean. Oh shit.
At that
I'm-
point, Mahadi comes in with some plates full of food. There appear to be
As-
some sliders and what look like some fried mushrooms.
As he enters,
Yes,
in,
I noticed that, by the way.
as he enters in, I'm going to use a divine sense. Do I detect if he is
Oh,
a
he's
fiend? Okay.
As he goes to take his seat, if he does at some point, I'm gonna help push the chair in behind him.
He's kind of on the other side of the table from you. Also.
Oh yeah,
he's,
yeah. Like when he does, like for now he's serving.
Yeah, he's.
Did
putting-
say that he
putting
walked
stuff
over to
down.
my side of the table, so.
Yeah.
I also posted in Elf Song Tavern. I put what Vic could possibly eat in lieu of the other food.
You can eat. You're a warrior.
I can.
You do not require sustenance, but you can.
Oh, yeah,
eat
no.
if you feel like.
Oh no, wait,
could be
hold
well.
on.
So I can't look at that right now because it'll screw
Right,
up all
I
the
know.
windows
It's
of the
okay.
store.
I understand. I just don't know where else to put it. You'll see it during the break. It's fine.
It's a metal hot dog bun with a red hot
It's-
wiener in the middle.
it's just it's a forged hot dog. A war forged hot dog. Anyways,
Burnt first.
Ooh.
Delicious. Toasty. Just how I like it.
As he finishes with bringing in the appetizers, he leans over to Vargas and says, "Are you sure you won't be joining your comrades? I can attest to the excellence of the
I am.
cuisine myself. I spent many years at culinary school."
I don't doubt it. I'm sure it is worth somebody's soul, but I'm all right for now. I have to, keep the checks and balances, make sure we've got enough to leave.
Suit yourself. I will not deny you sustenance, however. I'll bring you a glass of water that is going to be free. Gratis.
All right. Well,
We're
thank
not
you
in
very
Europe.
much.
You're not in Kansas anymore either.
So did he leave again?
Say
Not
again?
like this rainbow.
So does he leave again? Like after he says he's going to go get some water?
No, he just kind of waves his hand and a glass of water appears.
Uh huh.
At which point, he sits down.
And I'll push him in behind him, as a gentleman would do with a lady.
He kind of looks over his shoulder and says, "Thank you? Are you
No
flirting
worries.
with me?"
No, just
Twice now.
the surcharge of one soul coin for my services.
Oh.
Oh,
I don't
shit.
believe that's on the menu.
This is that
Aye.
episode
But
where
a nice
Dwight and Andy are constantly doing things back and forth for the other person so that they don't owe anything to the other one.
It's just nothing but malicious compliance.
So your people here who are, providing all these services, do they have to pay you a fee for what they provide?
I'm not quite sure I follow.
Well, usually when someone is setting up shop in someone else's territory, they have to pay something to them. Is there no tax here?
Not in the sense that you're suggesting. Everyone who is working here at the Wandering Emporium is working under contract.
Uh-huh. So they all work for you, in a sense.
I suppose you could say that, yes.
And so, were we wanting to provide our own services here? That would be allowed, yes?
Well, it depends what you had in mind. You would have to be under contract with me first. Typically, I only take debtors' contracts.
So all of these people here who have set up shop, they all owe you.
Not all of them.
Most of them.
A large majority, yes. The great lion's share of the employees of the Wandering Emporium are here under contract.
A great majority of people here at this table are also indebted to you at this point.
Yes, 4 of you for 1 soul coin apiece. Which brings me to my next point. Are you finding the appetizers to your liking?
What did he serve us?
So there were some sliders and some fried mushrooms.
Mushrooms. Mushrooms. Not much, but mushroom people.
In an overly stuffed mouth.
Free shrooming, no!
Ned will say, "Oh yeah, it's great."
The fried mushroom right in front of Vic has like a face on it.
No! Oh, it hurts me so bad. I mean, it doesn't actually hurt Vic, but it hurts Will. But he eats it, and it's delicious.
It is.
Can't go wrong with some
Surprisingly
good
so.
mushrooms.
There's like just the right amount of rosemary and thyme in the butter that the mushrooms were fried in. It's like it sings.
Sheesh.
And at
Argus
that
just
point,
gotta
he starts
stand
to
up.
ask everyone about their choices for the entree. While that's happening, as you begin to pick the menu up and look at it again, he says, I do have a little bit of business that I would like to discuss with you, of course. Vargas, are you leaving the table?
I'm leaving the table, but I'm gonna stay in the tent. It's just like being around all this delicious smelling food is yeah. It's not helping right now after all the time we've been here. I'm not eating well.
It's not too late for you to change your mind. Please come have a seat. I'd very much like you to hear this. If you step out of the booth too far, then you will not be able to join in the conversation. Remember, the silence curtains are in full effect here.
All right. I'll just take a little bit of distance away. Not far at all.
Okay. Just for funsies, Vargas, I need you to roll me a Constitution saving throw.
That's gonna
Help
be
him.
amazing.
It smells real
14.
damn good. You salivate painfully.
Well, he also gets +3 to that.
Now, immune. Doesn't work, remember.
Why wouldn't it work?
Because this is the Wandering Emporium in the Infernal Rapture, and also, this is a place where the magic of Avernus does not permeate. This is strictly your olfactory senses.
Okay.
Wait, so this
Remember,
is
it
the
didn't work with
Wandering
the chai at the
Emporium.
beginning.
What is the Infernal Rapture?
The Infernal
So, like, this
Rapture is
whole-
the restaurant and spa.
Ah, okay. That's good.
In any case, like I said, we have a few matters of business to discuss. First and foremost, I am in the business of trading, procuring buying and selling wondrous items. Particularly, the ones that interest me the most are things like artifacts and relics. Sentient magic items, things of that nature. If you happen to come across any at any given time, I will pay you handsomely for them. As a matter of fact, I will even pay you for information leading to their procurement. And as a matter of fact, any valuable information, be it about magic items or not, I will willingly and handsomely pay you for. Are you
Define
familiar
handsomely.
with the kind of items that I am hinting toward, that I'm discussing, that I'm alluding to?
I
No.
mean, maybe.
All right. Well, let me
Well.
give you a couple of examples.
I think I know.
Vice definitely knows. That's her field. In any case, Mahadi begins to tell you about moon blades. Moon blades are blades of elven make that are passed down from generation to generation and thus accrue not only significant magical powers, but also their own sentience, often their own personalities. That is what you would call a sentient magic item. However, there are some that are far beyond those in power, stature. For example, there is an axe called the Axe of the Dwarvish Lords. They say it was made by Moradin himself with the 4 great dwarvish tools. There was a mighty dwarven prince who used this axe to unite the dwarf clans, and it is a very powerful weapon, especially in the hands. And he kind of cranes his head towards Vargas, of a dwarf. That's just an example. There are many of them across the multiverse. For example, the hand and eye of the Lich Lord Vecna. They say he still lives, but now in pieces after having been defeated many times but being unable to be slain. Thus his hand and his eye have survived. They carry with them but a fraction of his power, which is still incredibly significant. Now it is possible that for the right price I could procure an item like these, but I'm much more interested in purchasing them.
Somebody
Understood.
cue in Kate Bush.
What?
Right. I made a Stranger Things reference.
I missed it.
Cue in Kate Bush,
Ah.
aka running up that hill.
Yeah.
The joke's always better when you explain it.
Always.
Well, if I wasn't talking over you like an idiot, it would have been funnier.
No.
Well, before this continues, can you define handsomely paid? This handsome
Well,
payment.
that will have to be taken on a case-by-case basis, but of course I can pay you in soul coins and magic items.
Could you give us a ballpark?
I can even
Go on.
provide you some supernatural charms. I could even gift you infernal heritage. All
What
things
does
can
that
be
mean?
negotiated.
What does that
What
mean?
is infernal heritage?
Are you gonna bone my mom? Sorry, Vice does not say that.
It did.
Nope, Vice said it.
No.
You have to call me daddy from now on. That's what my
No.
Oh God.
Okay, screw the contract. I'm leaving. I don't care. I'm not gonna pay. I don't want to be here anymore.
Wouldn't that
bone and moms.
What about that that helm that older Ravenguard was wearing?
Ah, the Helm of Torm's Sight.
Right. Is that an item that you were thinking about?
That's more like a religious relic. I'm not really so interested in those.
Okay.
I am more interested in items of great power. Things like I said, the Axe of the Dwarvish Lords, the Rod of Seven Parts, the Codex of Infinite Planes, Orbs of Dragonkind, things like that. Things that have great and immense power.
Well, you know those things come with great responsibility.
Oh,
Okay, Spider-Man.
It's not hard to see what you're looking for, really.
Indeed. Now that I've said my piece, what brings you here, adventurers?
Well, I really need to speak to a specific barber.
You mean Bernie.
Yes, I was told he was here by a dear friend of mine.
She. And yes, she
She.
is.
I apologize. I was never told of their gender.
Her pavilion is just adjacent to the forge. When our business is
Fantastic.
concluded here, of course, you may pay her a visit.
Absolutely. Other than that, I am here for the deep-fried miniature giant space hamster, because I do not know what a contradiction like that could possibly taste like.
That is an excellent choice. One of my favorites.
Thank you.
Would you consider a unicorn an interesting item?
No.
That is a living creature.
It is. Aye.
Perhaps it would make
Is
a
it not?
fantastic entree, but at this juncture, I don't believe I have much of a client base looking for one.
Vice sobs.
I'm going to Candy Mountain, Charlie.
Oh, look, it's my kidney.
Fair enough. Well, you have mentioned items that you're looking for. Are there any particular services that you're in need of?
Not at
Are
present.
you flirting with him?
Again.
Vargas just winks.
Coming threes, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, he does.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh.
Sorry.
Nah, we crossed that. We crossed that line ages ago.
Do you want to fuck my mom?
Could be start. Fuck my wife.
Sorry, where were we?
Where we are
Alright,
is it's
so-
getting ridiculous, and I need to go turn on the AC real quick.
Been 3 weeks, guys.
Okay. We're figuring it out as we go. I mean, we've only been having this conversation for 1 hour, and honestly, D&D wise,
Could be going
could be the
worse.
whole. I would say this could be the whole night. You know.
That's
Right.
true.
Yeah. And it's only cost us what 4 soul coins and a 5th one for that
So
that
far.
witch.
Yep.
So far.
So far.
Yeah.
Unless, of course, we continue this conversation about some items and stuff. But
Unfortunately, I have been in pieces. One might even say I was a bunch of magic items until I was back into one. Others would argue that I was just pieces. They would be right.
Yeah, you're kind of like a sentient artifact, right?
I prefer not to be called like something like that, because there are a lot of groups of people who question my right to be a sentient being.
Do not
However,
objectify him.
thank you, White Knight.
Savior complex.
but yeah.
What? Just curious. What kind of artifacts have you already procured?
Again, that information is too good to be given away freely. I'd be willing to tell you for a small number of soul coins.
God, you're no fun.
Ah, but having that information is pretty fun, wouldn't you say?
No.
but we may be customers.
If anything, it makes you extremely boring.
Well, I'm enjoying myself.
Well,
I was
Let's
meaning
see.
to ask you. You took in Lulu before, and you're awfully friendly with her. Why do you like Lulu so much?
He looks at you and just kind of blinks, like in disbelief. Because she's adorable.
That's it. It doesn't have anything to do with who she was with or anything like that.
You mean the Grand Duke.
Mm,
Well, it wouldn't do to mistreat someone like Lulu, then, would it?
or Lulu's friends.
I suppose that's true.
We know a certain warlord who's quite taken with her as well. Well, perhaps I have a little bit of interesting information for you. There is a certain sword that we heard might be around Harriman's Hill.
Keep talking.
No, he won't. He will not keep talking. He's already said more than I would like him to say for free.
I would rather him stop
Argus.
talking about the sword.
Be
Well, I
careful
mean,
with your next
Lulu would,
choices
like,
of
take some
words.
fries and throw them at Vargas.
Well, I mean, it's
I have
some
some.
information that's worth
Yes.
something.
However, the
For
fact
sure.
that you already said the area it might be nearby is something we could charge for.
Sure, but now it's like, okay, like, we can
Okay.
name a price for what it is. Like, we haven't said the name of
Precisely.
what it is.
True.
We don't even know what we need it for. I don't recommend setting a price.
And we don't know that it's there.
All right,
It's
out of
definitely
out of
not there. You've been
not
there.
as Vargas. Exactly, we know it's not there. It was information. That is true. If he did an insight check on me, we have been told that it might be there. So that is information. It's wrong information. We know it's wrong, but I have been told that's where it is potentially.
You're a
So-
sneaky man, Vargas.
What if we tell him
He does
trade
not believe
secrets
you.
about how to get souls from the
He
bottom
does
of the river
not
Styx?
believe you.
Pro fishing tips.
Well, I mean that was technically the truth. That is what we had heard. There was no lie there.
That is true.
Other than the fact that you've been there and you know it's not there.
Oh, that's I'm not saying that it is there. I'm saying that we've heard that it's there.
He still doesn't believe you.
What was that place called that we went to which had the unicorn?
We're not.
The Demon Zapper.
The Demon Zapper. With what you know about the Demon Zapper, do you think there's something sentient in there, besides the unicorn, of course? I mean, I don't know what Blas... You might... Well, let's say there is something there. We might be able to bypass the Guardian and procure something sentient and valuable, artifact of some nature there, if there is one.
I do not believe there to be one.
Ned stands up and is there a place I can take a leak?
Yes, down the hall on the right.
There's a hallway in this tent?
Yeah, it's huge. It's like a warehouse.
I will go there and when I'm there I will talk to the shield and say what's I'm not sure what to do here. This guy's looking for artifacts like you, apparently. Do
At
you
that
want to
point,
go with him?
the shield becomes really, really heavy and you're stuck to the ground under it.
I'm just
On the floor of the
asking if you
bathroom.
want to. I did. If I was gonna do it, I would have just done
There's
it, and then you
indoor
would have
plumbing,
been
but it's
mad.
still a bathroom.
So okay, that's a no. I understand. I will not mention a word to you about you. Does it get lighter?
Yes.
Okay.
Goes back to normal.
All right. Just checking. Garl said to do what the shield said for now, and I was just checking. I come back out of the bathroom. It's like, whew, do not go in there.
Ace Ventura.
Jesus.
Ned's like soaking wet.
That was one of my favorite scenes, by the way.
Wait, so what is the name of the sword that we're looking for?
Sword of Azariel.
Is Zerial?
Zariel.
Zariel.
Zariel,
Sorry.
Well, it seems like we're a little low on these kind of mythic artifacts right now, but I suppose if we are to find some in the future, we'll have to come find you out.
Please just keep your eyes and ears open. Now, is there any other business that you would like to address?
Who do we talk to about purchasing an additional spa treatment for somebody?
Why, me, of course.
And where can I find me, of course? Oh, you mean you? Oh, okay.
Ratioed.
You see,
Just
Leans sideways on his fist.
so you see, we actually came here on request by this woman from the Bone Brambles. Her name is Red Ruth. I don't know if you've heard of her before.
Yes, she's been here many times. I suppose it's about time for her bath, isn't it?
Yeah, she's requested that we come and procure her a spa treatment and then report back to her.
Why, of course. That will be 1 soul coin for the treatment, and I will give you a chit that she can redeem.
All right, and I'll grab one of the 3 soul coins out of my pocket and flick it across the table.
Now, let's wait for your meal to be over, and we can settle our tab all together. At which point, he picks the coin up, rolls it backwards across his fingers, you know, that thing that Val Kilmer does, flicks it, and it spins and comes to rest next to the plate of... Actually, you're still working on the appetizers, aren't you?
right.
As it comes back, I want to make sure that it's the same coin that I flicked over there.
It is.
Okay. It's Avernus. You can never be too sure. I don't have any other business other than that.
Well, then I suppose it's time for your entree selection. He definitely brings out 1 tray of the miniature space hamster, or the giant miniature space hamster.
Yeah, the miniature giant space hamster.
Hey, we gotta follow the baby 101.
Yeah, the baby.
Alright, well, I can't take this much longer. If you're all just gonna, eat and we're finished with business, I'll catch you all later.
Where are you going, Vargas?
I'm just gonna go looking around where there's not so much tasty food just sitting on, right next to me.
I may join you for that.
But your dessert course.
I'm not hungry.
You've already decided to pay for the meal.
I had a sip. I'm not hungry.
Vargas, before you leave,
Sweet apple tart with a celestial caramel drizzle.
Before Vargas leaves, I'll
trying.
ask him for 2 of the soul coins that he has.
I mean, she's already paid for it. I'll have hers.
Yeah, no, Ned, don't you dare.
Yeah, no, Ned, you are not having more than what you are supplied.
Aye.
Well, I mean, he did say it's all inclusive.
Question: are we allowed to share our food?
Once it's paid, I feel like it's kind of.
I don't see the problem. If if Madame Irving does not wish to complete her meal, then I'd rather not let the food go to waste.
Ned, go nuts.
Irving?
That's my name.
All right. Well, Francis, don't spend them anywhere else. These soul coins don't leave this tent unless you find a way to bargain this price down. All right.
Understood. And then I'm going to take Vice's plate and I'll split it in half with Ned. And the half that's on my plate, once Mahadi gets up to retrieve the next dish, I'm going to take it and put it in a pouch on my belt and save it for later.
Gross.
That's going to be messy.
No doggy
There's
bag.
a reason for it.
So if I punch your pouch, are you gonna say, "Aye, that's my thoughts"?
God, Tina, you fat lard.
Anyway, well, dang, that just made me forget the thing that I was gonna do. Never mind.
So it's just Ned, Francis,
Before
and Vic.
Vargas leaves, Mahadi says, I'm terribly sorry to see that you're not going to be joining your friends for the rest of the meal, but it was a pleasure having you. Please come back anytime. And he presents his hand to shake it.
Yeah, I'll shake his hand. All right.
Okay.
I'll be
The
seeing you soon.
weirdest, funniest
think.
thing happens. You reach your hand out to shake it. Vargas, are you right-handed or left-handed?
I'll be right-handed.
Okay. So you reach your right hand out to shake it, and for some bizarre reason, his left hand fits perfectly into your right, as if the palms of his hands are on the back.
Oh, okay. That is very peculiar. Things aren't as they seem, as we've been told. Yeah.
He bows shortly as you leave, and then he returns to the table.
I'm gonna check my hand after I get out of the tent, out of sight. I'm gonna be looking this hand over.
He might just be like double jointed.
Yeah, he's just got really flexible fingers and just does the whole that weird thing that you can see in like on the Vine or whatever of like the guy whose like fingers like overextend so they can like it's
No, thank you.
He didn't try to shake Vice's hand, though, did he?
Vice hasn't left yet.
I said I was going with Vargas.
Yeah, but you haven't moved your token.
Oh, right.
As
Yeah,
Vice,
true.
if you get up to leave, if you stand up from the table, he's going to do the same thing. He thanks you for your patronage and extends his hand to shake it, to shake yours.
I'm gonna look at it real suspiciously.
He kind of turns it over. It's just a hand. Hey, if you're not a handshaker, that's fine.
You know, in some cases, I
use-
consider myself a hugger, but I'm in hell right now.
He
So
puts his arms out.
no. We already made mom jokes. We're not doing it.
Stop. Don't touch me there. This is my safety square.
I need an adult.
You're not my dad.
Yet. Sorry.
Sure, I'll shake his hand.
Same thing. You extend your right hand to shake it, and for some reason, his left hand fits perfectly into yours.
I don't let go. I'm gonna look at it.
It looks like a hand. It just looks like the chirality is reversed. Where it should be right hand, it's a left.
All right, none of these fancy SAT words here.
Chirality is the difference in between how the palm and the yeah. So it's literally just like this situation.
I thought it was just the capital of Egypt.
What is Egypt?
Why is it doing that?
Egypt. What is Egypt? It's about 4,000 miles away from France, where French fries are made.
Why is
I was talking about the hand.
That's just my hand. Look, if you got a problem with my hand, you don't have to shake it.
The stranger.
Your hand is backwards.
Your hand is backwards. My hand's on right.
No, it ain't.
Fine, make me feel weird about my weird hands.
You said they
Xenophobic.
were weird.
You
I
said
just
they were
asked
weird.
why
I
it was
didn't say
doing that.
anything.
You're the one who explicitly called them weird. I just asked why it was doing that.
That's just how they are. I don't know what to tell you.
I mean, I do have to back up Vice here. It does seem like you have a certain thing about your hands. Are you okay?
I don't know. I was born this way. I mean, they work
I
fine.
mean, you're on the right track, baby. Don't worry about it.
It's a little goofy trying to eat with chopsticks because I have to like reach across myself, but
I go now.
Just like that Eddie Murphy bit, it's like, she got a mustache! Oh, Jesus.
All right, now that they're gone,
Oh no.
let's
It's
talk
just occurred
business.
to me. Oh no.
Ned,
We've made a terrible mistake, Vargas.
don't worry. I got this.
We had mentioned
Oh.
games of chance. Do you happen to have a wrestling ring?
No.
But Ned has no soul coins.
That's a shame. I could have put on a show.
Flirting with it.
He leans
know-
back contemplatively for a moment, and he thinks, if you would be willing to sign an entertainment contract.
Ned.
Avernus WWF, you're gonna get screwed!
You will be paid as an independent contractor.
He's the new Triple H.
According to this contract, I can't be in any movies.
Sunday,
What is
Sunday,
that?
Sunday!
Actually, he'd be more like Rey Mysterio, but okay.
I heard there's a Goldstein in that thing too.
I don't know about signing any more contracts. A friend of mine said that I shouldn't step in any more piles, and that sounds a little bit like a pile.
Well, I will not pressure you.
I mean, you couldn't pressure me. I'm a far better wrestler than you are.
Yes, perhaps. However, I'm sure I could find an opponent that you would find suitable.
I
Trask.
doubt that.
Perhaps one of the fire spirits working at the forge.
I still doubt that. I mean, you talk a big game, but then you put these contracts to scare me off, so your people don't get embarrassed. I understand. It's okay. I am rather intimidating.
I could arrange for you to wrestle a dragon if you like.
Ned, no.
I mean, how big's the dragon?
Pretty big, even for a stone giant such as yourself.
It would be fun to watch. I do not know if it would be a good outcome for us as a party.
Oh, I mean,
I wouldn't
traditionally,
exactly.
wrestling matches don't include
Yes, however,
fighting and
I do not want to lose the man who found me.
fair enough.
Also, I wouldn't exactly call Ned a stone giant. A pebble giant, maybe, but not a stone giant.
Are those
Shit,
giant
you went there.
markings, those runes on your armor?
Yeah, I mean, those are tattoos. He got them from the vending machine outside. He just licked it and stuck it on him.
It's like the Taco Bell.
Yep.
I start to get angry at Francis, but then I'm like, yeah, I don't know. Pebble, nothing bigger than that.
I take the feather from the quill that we used earlier, and I go reach across the table and try to tickle his nose.
Ned, roll me a Constitution saving throw.
Yes. Oh my goodness. Okay.
You do not sneeze.
Damn.
An hour and a half into the game, and so far we've not sneezed twice.
Riveting.
That's D&D.
All right. Let's leave it there for the moment, and we'll see what Vargas and Vice are up to when we come back from our first regularly scheduled break. The time is now 4:31 here on the West Coast. It's 7:31 p.m. for all of you East Coasters, and we'll be back in 10. Greetings, everybody. We're back from our first break. And speaking of breaks, Vargas and Vice have broken off from the party still at the table to go and explore the Wandering Emporium. So,
Never split the
All right.
party.
Vargas, Vice, what's your plan of attack here? What is your strategy for exploring the Wandering Emporium?
Alright, well, first we're going to turn to Vice. Alright, well, now that we're out, what do we really need to do? Find a way that we can use or sell some services to people here. I know we have to make a contract with the guy inside, but perhaps if we can find some uses, we can start getting back some of those soul coins. What else do you reckon?
I honestly have no idea. This is first time doing anything that goes with the grain of hell, so
Alright, well, I mean, suppose we just go around and start talking to people, gather some information, see if there's anyone who kind of sticks out first. I mean, I think we should probably go speak to Rousey at some point if we can. If she leaves the tent and she's no longer silenced. But for now, yeah, let's just go see what services are offered, and maybe we can find a gap in the market.
I was also curious about that stranger that we saw in there.
The stranger?
Yeah, the hot one.
The hot stranger. I must have missed it.
You probably
Did you?
Oh, well, I mean,
Lorelai was supposed to have like a 20 charisma or something, right?
Yeah, she's real hot.
Damn, look at the charisma on that girl.
Alright, well,
She's a nat
I mean,
20.
Hey.
Do you want to go talk to that person then, Vice?
Which one? I was
that's right.
mentally tapped
You said
out.
the hot one.
Oh,
Did
yeah.
you?
Yeah.
You want to start there?
Yeah, sure.
Where was she? Was she in the tent or was she somewhere else?
She was in the tent last I saw.
It looked like she was more sort of like at a bar having a drink.
Ah.
But
Alright,
definitely
well,
inside the Infernal Rapture.
Well, I mean, don't order anything, don't drink anything, but alright, we can go to a bar and talk to this mysterious hot person.
My tab's been established. You're the one who needs to hold off.
Wait. I don't think drinks were complimentary. I saw, dessert and the main course and such, but I didn't say anything about drinks. Best to lay off,
Yeah.
Err on the side of caution.
I don't drink. Why am I saying this? This is
Even
go.
better.
Holding a hot spice cider still.
no. I left that life behind me. Those days are over. Yeah, let's
Alright,
go.
off to see-
Let's go talk to the hot stranger.
We're off to see the succubus.
So Lorelai is sitting at the bar.
Hello there.
So what I should have done, I should have asked you to like wear a mask and like halfway have makeup on so you could put the mask up like over half of your face and talk as Lorelai.
Shit, dude. Okay, hold up. Next best thing. Putting my hair up. What's up?
A whole different person. What the fuck?
Can I to see another person down here?
Where did Fia go?
Alright.
There you are, Clark.
So, what are you doing down here in this Emporium in Avernus? You don't seem like one of the others around here.
What makes you say that?
Your appearance, clearly.
What about my appearance?
Well, you don't exactly look like a demon or a devil or any of the sort.
She has big bat wings.
Besides the wings, of course. I mean, that's a thing. I mean, You could just be one of those tieflings, infernal ones.
And what about yourself? You don't much look like
Well,
you belong here either.
I mean, belong is such a strong word, but I suppose not. I don't know, with some people looking for some things. Why are you here in this Emporium, might I ask?
Dealer's choice. I figured maybe she was selling information to Mahadi or something.
Simply making a couple of deals, per se.
Ah, deals. Well, we've also been in the habit of making those for better or worse. We are, of course, trying to make an interesting one now. Are you in the habit of trading information?
Huh?
Well, we are currently looking for some interesting items, you could say. Perhaps there's something we know that you might be looking for.
I'm not gonna lie, I had nothing prepared for this.
I mean, Lorelai was filthy stinking rich at one point with soul coins. So I
She
figure,
was, but that's because Kyle is shit at telling stories, so.
yeah.
Shots fired.
All the homies
Now,
are
Don't end up
Ken.
with 50,000 soul coins after going to the casino for one night. That's just
Come
crazy.
on, Ken.
Ooh,
Please.
damn.
I mean, I'm sure she would definitely have at least a pocket full of soul coins because she's kind of slick, but
I got a pocket full of soul coins.
I'll take it.
that's pretty rich. But we're going with Ken and none of that bullshit happens, so she's not suffering in another universe.
Alright. Well,
Yeah.
I suppose it would depend on the information.
Of course. So, what is it that you're after? Let's see.
It's hard to say. Suppose it's
You don't. No, go on, go on.
suppose it's a fairly consistent mission of most beings within Avernus that all we're after is power.
Ah, well, I found that a lot of people here, the more powerful ones, are also collectors of one sort or another. Are there any things that you yourself like to collect?
Well, certainly, but I doubt anybody would simply exchange a soul for a soul.
No, that would be, I suppose, a bit of a hard bargain. So, besides souls, are there anything else? No, I found a lot of people here are quite interested in artifacts in their sort. What about you?
Myself do not find enjoyment in the keeping of artifacts. They bore me. However,
How about... Oh, go on.
this is a whole lot of go on. However,
Aye.
I do see how it may be beneficial for myself to exchange certain artifacts. That is, assuming that this is an artifact of any value, for services from which another devil may satisfy.
So you yourself possess some artifacts. Am I understanding that clearly?
No. I was under the
No.
impression that perhaps you were selling.
Well, I do have a couple of things on me, and between the lot of us that are here, we have some stuff. Aye. But I have perhaps a piece of information that might also help you out on your quest for power, as it is something that, by experience, we have fallen prey to. Well, sadly, my companion here has. Would you be interested in a trade for how to accumulate soul coins from us mortals?
Why? What?
Well, I mean, there are many deals that can be made to get a soul from a person, but to have them offered so willingly, perhaps I can share with you the way that can be accomplished in exchange for some soul coins.
I mean, I certainly know the methods by which to have individuals willingly offer their souls.
Oh?
I
Okay.
would be a very shit devil if I didn't know.
Well, I mean, without offering much in exchange, let's say.
I feel like Vargas is trying to mansplain being a succubus to Lorelei.
Yeah.
I'm trying to introduce a new method
Uh-huh.
of what?
Thanks for
A new
Of
method?
the way,
A new method of
like
what?
how Vice lost her soul, essentially.
Oh, you mean like fine print, like most devils know how to do?
Well, actually, no, not how she lost her soul, but how she almost lost her soul first.
You mean like using other
trapped
people
mortal candidate.
against
Yeah, like
against certain
having
people?
them stuck somewhere. Yeah, where
Like
you
most
engineer a
devils know how to do?
situation. Well, you engineer a situation. Maybe she knows this one, but I mean, there might be some cons that she's not familiar with. I mean, it's worth a try. I don't know if it's going to work or not, but by the way, I'm Vargas. What's your name?
Call me Lorelei.
It's a pleasure, Lorelei. Well, perhaps that specific information won't help you, but instead, I do possess something which is quite interesting. It's the only one that I've seen down here. How do you fancy magic items?
It can be interesting when applied correctly. What have you
Well,
got?
if you were to apply this one to your head, I believe it would look beautiful on you. Perhaps you'd like to give it a try. This circlet. It is not any mere circlet. It is one of blasting. Here, try it on.
I'm gonna examine the hell out of this circlet.
I think Lorelei would probably be able to discern that it's magical in nature, and he did say it was a circlet of blasting.
I tell no lies. It will probably take a while for you to attune to it, but I believe it would look quite good on that succubus head of yours.
You flirting with me? I need to stop that joke.
I'm a salesman. I mean, like, I've got very low charisma, so I don't know how this is coming off, but it's like, yeah, buy this item from me. Give me some soul coins.
Circlet of blasting does not require attunement.
Oh, it doesn't? Well, I mean, if you want to try it out, you can. I mean, I suppose that would be unfortunate. It's single use per day, but it's, a little something. It's more, I think it is the aesthetic value of it that will serve you
Ford
best.
Pinto of circlets.
I don't think Mahadi would approve.
Approve?
Well, we are in his domain.
Well, I mean, would you care to take a good 20 feet walk behind you, perhaps?
You're gonna have to be a little bit clearer than that.
Well, like we're technically inside the domain of the Emporium now, but, if we were to walk, let's say 30 or so feet, to where those gates are, technically out of this establishment, I mean, unless you want me to explicitly go ask for his permission to sell it to you.
Not necessarily what I meant. What I actually meant was I've bypassed the contract to get in and out of here so many times that he has me re-signed it every single time I come back in.
Oh, you're a tricksy one.
I pride myself.
How did you manage to bypass it? That's wonderful.
Trade secrets.
Trade secrets. Ah, of course. Ah, well then, does this apply to you then? Or no?
I can think of a few selective uses that I may be able to find for such a thing.
I see. Well, who knows? You might even be able to procure someone's soul with it. Someone who's maybe not the brightest, but
I mean, you'd have to be an idiot.
I've known the type.
You better hope to God Ned does not find Lorelei, or the other way around.
I kind of hope he does. By the way, everyone, drink Thanksgiving at 30.
Yeah.
Well, Ned doesn't really have that much left to sell. He sold his service. He sold his soul. I mean, what's really left? His body. Ooh.
Lorelei's a succubus.
And what a body it is.
Okay.
Yikes.
Okay.
All 3 foot or 15 foot of it.
We're not going to go into measurement details.
Either way.
So shall we take a little wander outside the Emporium, or do you think things are safe in here, as things stand?
Suppose if this service is not exclusive to the hobby's domain, I don't see why it need be under his observation.
Very well. In that case, let us wander. Just a little ways outside the Emporium.
Do I have permission to control him? Alright. It's been ages.
Try now.
Yeah.
Is Vice going to follow?
Vice is just kind of staring dumbfounded because pretty woman at bar.
All right,
And also,
takes the lead.
Probably sure she just is going to sit down and have some water.
Well, Pretty Woman was at the bar, but now she's walking down the street.
I mean, I would think that because Vice and Vargas came together, that Vice would sort of not need an invitation to tag along.
I know, but that means I have to switch between 2 people, and my hair's already up.
No, Vice could just sit there being silent. But
All
I think
right.
she would probably not leave Vargas alone.
Yeah, that's fair. Alright, I'll stick with Vargas.
I'll quickly cast protection against good and evil on myself as we're like walking out and she's in front of me.
Alright, as you pass the Wandering Emporium sign, all of the people in it disappear. You exit the demi-plane, and the sights and sounds and smells become distant once again.
Alright, well, you have the circlet in hand, and you're satisfied. I think it is only worth a single soul coin. I will not ask any more than that. Is that agreeable to you?
I think Lorelei would know it would be worth like at least, 10, 15 soul coins?
0.01 soul coins. It does fire damage. It's not going to hurt anything.
Yeah. Lorelei's gonna glance at the circlet, kind of daintily lift it onto her head, and then look at you forebodingly.
Well then,
Well, then what?
a soul coin.
Or what?
For the circlet on your head, clearly.
And why ever would I give something of such little value the worth of a soul coin?
Oh, well, because, it's a story. Bought it from a dwarf in the Emporium. Oh, well, just outside of it. That's something, isn't it? I mean, you won't want it to get stuck on your head, surely. I mean, let us be civil here.
Why ever would a dwarf try to sell me something so worthless in exchange for a soul coin?
Well, I mean, is it not clear? Soul coins are useful here.
Yes, but you're mortal.
Indeed I am. And we have a few machines that run on soul coins. In fact, it seems to be the only currency that's worth anything in this place. Am I not wrong?
This is true. But currency has value, and what you've given me has none.
Well, I mean, that depends on how you look at value. As I said, as a story, well, there's something there. There's a bit of novelty to being sold anything by a dwarf in this place, no? Haven't seen many of my likeness around here.
There's a good reason for that.
Oh no, you're not wrong there. It's a damnable place to us and my kind, but so it is. Hence the rarity of this moment.
I think about it. I think Mahadi might even have an item on the secret menu that has something to do with your kind.
You know what? I would not be surprised. There are many things here, I'm sure, that are on secret menus, and I might not want to know. It's probably better that I don't. But that is a nice piece of information you've offered me for free. Oh,
It's no information. Everybody knows that Mahadi's eaten dwarf.
Goodness.
well, that isn't quite what I thought you meant by that, but now that you've clarified, okay.
Within
That
his
wasn't-
culinary expertise.
That wasn't Space Hamster.
Oh no.
When I say
Does that mean I'm going to get shorter now?
when I say he's
Exactly.
cooked everything, he's cooked everything.
Aye, that's no surprise. And what was cooked up recently? Do you think there's any dwarf in that?
Why tell you?
Aye, well, it makes me feel better about not eating the meal, really.
Probably for the best.
Aye. You and me can't agree anymore. No. About that soul coin, alright. So, the novelty of a dwarf. I suppose selling you something here in Avernus of all places. Is that not holding any value to you?
Stories come and go. However, something that you can offer me.
Ooh, here we go. Let's hear this pitch, huh? Heard it a few times now.
Favor.
A favor?
At any point
Oh.
in time, at any place, whatever it is I want, you will do.
Well, I mean, if you say anything, that could just be my soul, couldn't it?
Well, no. Your soul would remain with you.
Huh. And so, although I am quite a powerful spellcaster, and I do have many talents, perhaps there is something I can do for you now instead.
There's nothing that you could give me right now that I
Are
could
you-
want.
Are you flirting with me?
Are you flirting with me? No.
There's nothing now that I could do for you that you would want, alright? Well, I mean, if that's the case, I suppose I wouldn't be so wounded if you were to hand me that circlet back. I mean, I'm sure there is something. I'm quite a talented magician, you could say. I have me uses.
It's about this. 2 soul coins, and I'll throw in the circlet. 1 favor.
See, I know that favor is going to cost me a lot more than 2 soul coins. I can find other ways to get soul coins. I'm not too stressed. I was just, looking for a good way to to try and get something here. I mean, it would have been a waste almost for someone like yourself not to have such a wonderful adornment. I mean, on me, with this face, it truly is a bit of a shame. But on you, I think it would look wonderful. Now, I think the circlet for a soul coin, it's not the best of deals. I won't disagree with you there, but maybe I can sweeten the deal with something other than something so unspecific.
Stated my price. Unless perhaps you'd like me to offer it to your companion.
I don't believe my companion will take such a deal.
I kind of want to hear her negotiate with the companion now.
Please don't. No.
I mean, you
I
kind of
regret
opened
opening
this up for.
I regret it.
This is Fia's villain origin story.
She had to talk too many parts on D&D, and then she just broke bad.
So, Lorelei, if there is no other service I can do for you, would you mind handing me the circlet back?
Don't think I will. It's rather a good thing we're off of Mojave turf.
Are you very sure?
Is you chanting fight? Cut that out.
World star. World star. I am uploading this to Live Leak as we speak.
I'll hold your hoops, Vargas.
Sharkeisha, no!
He needs some milk. Alright.
Were there ever rails on this game that
No.
we're completely off of now?
What rails?
Yeah, exactly.
This really has become a buzz.
I mean,
Maybe we can.
I will ask civilly again. Please, hand me back the circlet.
I gotta. This was not. Alright. Really don't think I want to do that.
Now, how is the circlet sitting on her head? Is it like between the ears?
I did say that I put it rather daintily atop her head. So.
Daintily. Oh, that is unfortunate.
For you or for me?
For me. It would have been very unfortunate for Lorelei, but if it's not, not really sitting well. That does mean things have to change. I suppose it wouldn't be such a bad thing to lose.
Remember that time where we had a player death for just a random NPC that the DM put into the game?
Over an item the NPC said was worthless.
Yeah, Pepperidge Farm remembers.
Maybe you buy some cookies and this whole thing goes away.
Make use of the good Milano.
Marius, if you don't mind my input, she isn't asking for your soul. So it's just like the one favor. And it's 2 soul coins plus the circlet back.
I mean, I don't really care about the circlet. Not really. I mean, the 2 soul coins would be good, but the favor. It is a lot to ask. I know that it won't be for nothing. I mean, I will be able to do a lot of things as I progress in my career as a mage, as a wizard, but I suppose I'm likely to die before she can cash in on it. So, all right, Lorelei, if you want to call on my favor at some point, as long as it has nothing to do with my soul, then we have an agreement. Does
Very
that
well.
satisfy you?
Indeed it does. Now, if you'll just sign this contract.
You can't take my word for it.
Hold on. Vice will like quadruple read over it, and I can tell you without any roll, it's very straightforward. Favor, just the favor. 2 soul coins in the circlet.
So,
however, you will
nothing
have to
written
pay
in
for
there.
it to get notarized, which is going to cost 1 soul coin.
Oh my goodness.
Lorelei
I
will take
believe
that out of her
that'll be-
funds.
No, she will not. DM overrule, I'm sorry.
Hey!
Because I did not authorize you to give the party 2 soul coins.
Good try, though. He didn't say anything about 3 soul coins.
Lorelei's gonna shoot a gun into the sky. She had that at the end of the last season.
the
All right.
Check it.
Yeehaw.
She did.
You will not give the party 2 soul coins unless it is then proceeded by the number 3.
5 is right out.
I don't even know what these numbers are.
1, 2, 5. Please, sir.
All right, very well. You have yourself a deal. And I suppose just signing the contract's enough, yes?
No, you'll have to get it notarized.
All right, all right.
Lorelei
You
would
said
know
I
that
had
you
a-
have to get it notarized.
You said I had a pocket full of soul coins.
You do?
Sunshine.
That's like at least 4.
That's probably way more than 4.
I said at least.
I mean, she has girl pockets, so those are a little smaller, right?
Let's not be sexist. She has armor and
I
shit.
know. I'm just saying that's not
Wait,
sexist.
hold on.
That's a commentary on the
Yeah, you
current
gotta-
fashion
Hold on.
system.
Are we
You gotta
talking
talk
like
to
an
Levi
extra
about that.
dimensional
Fucking sexist.
pocket space? Because
Girl
like
pockets are pretty sexist. They're tiny. What are you going to use that
They
shit
are.
for?
but
Full
are we
point.
talking like a pocket of holding here?
I was thinking more like a pouch.
No. So maybe like 20.
That's probably like tree fitty.
Yeah, like a Crown Royale bag, you know.
I can
Oh, so
afford
that
to
was
get it
just confetti.
notarized.
Was
Come
there a sale
on.
on Loch Ness Monsters or something?
I can afford to. Ken, trust me on this. Please. Please.
I kind of just wanted Lorelei in there for flavor. I am not trying to give the party extra soul coins. I am going to have Lorelei redeem that favor at some point.
Yeah, I'm here, but
And also, the contract is going to have to get notarized. That's going to cost 1 soul coin, and that's going to have to come from the contractor, not the contractee. Oh, no, wait, the other way around.
All right. Yep. Well, that's been agreed to, so I guess we go back in to notarize the contract.
Just shake on it and I'll brand you. How about that?
No, there's a place over here where you can get contracts notarized.
Oh, how convenient.
Welcome to the Wandering Emporium.
I feel
And
so
is-
welcome.
Kid is
Threaten me,
obviously
condescending
overconfident in our ability to not lose soul coins while gambling.
No, I'm pretty confident if you try to gamble with Mahadi, you're going to end up broke.
Well, so
Spoiler alert. Sounds like a challenge.
Cool. I mean, you
We're
do
going up
technically
to-
gain 1 soul coin from this. You just
yeah.
1 soul coin
I
for
mean,
one
it's
favor
still
sounds like a fair
something.
deal to me.
Yeah. All right. Well, so Lorelei, shall we go? I mean, I've already signed. There's an extra step. Shan't we do it now? Well, I mean, if you want to put it off till another time, I'm happy with that.
did my audio not pick it up? I said, let's go. I'm sorry.
Ah,
Eh. Thank you for collecting me.
all right. So you said that place was around here somewhere?
Yeah, it's that tent directly in front of you.
Oh, I'm saying this to Lorelei. Largus doesn't know where this
Oh,
place is.
Which one?
The one directly to the north.
Gotcha. Cool. Thank you. There's a lot of tents in here.
There are.
Right
There's a
this way.
sign out in front of this one, however, and it says, "From here to Avernus." As you enter this shop, you can see that there are a bunch of imps scurrying around, and there is a large desk, at which there is a very large, very unpleasant-looking creature sitting at it.
Awabatuchi no kiwaka no wuki solo. Ho 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 ho.
Wookie nipple pinchy.
Hearing that, just I don't know why. Bippity boppity.
As you
Bippity boppity,
enter,
bippity
he addresses
boppity.
you. What do you require?
Well, Lorelei, you know what? I'll let you take lead here since you probably know this process better than I.
I'd like to have a contract notarized. The words notarized.
The fee is 1 soul coin for notarization.
Lorelei looks to Vargas.
Oh, you're kidding. I mean, you said 2 for a favor. You didn't mention anything about notarization.
It's not a legal contract unless it's notarized.
I mean, aren't you a devil? Don't you have to, like, you know, not have to do this stuff? Isn't that just, like, innate?
Technically, she's not a devil.
Ah, fuck's sake. What, so if I pay, are you gonna give me another soul coin?
As in a third?
Well, I mean, it's not really a third if like the contract hasn't even been set yet, you know? Like, it's just, well,
Backing out
No.
of a
The
contract that
contract
which
has
you've already
already been
signed.
set. The terms were agreed upon, and it has been signed.
aye, that is all true. There's nothing on this contract about me paying for notarization, though. Are you kidding? Fuck's sake. Well, I mean, at least from what I can tell, you didn't try to steal my soul, so I mean, that's something, but aye. Fuck. Alright, here you go. Here's the soul coin.
And then he takes a rubber stamp and just stamps it.
That was it.
And
A
takes
soul
the
coin for a stamp. This is fucking bullshit. Fuck. Alright, well. How are you going to call upon me for this favor of yours?
Know it when you hear it.
Not when I hear it. Well, I hope for your sake that I do.
I hope for yours you do as well.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Well, I mean, you didn't really nail down stipulations in there about what happens about breaking the contract, I suppose. Nothing good. Aye.
I have many
All
friends.
notarized infernal contracts are drawn upon loss of your soul.
Ah, of course. Wonderful. Of course, that's it. Well, I mean,
Oh,
as
what?
long as you provide an adequate call to action, I'm sure everything will be fine.
Oh, you have no say, regardless.
Well, I mean,
Meanwhile, while this is all going on, Vice, are you looking around the shop?
Yeah, I'm going to be examining
You can
just
see,
about everything.
because you can read Infernal. There's also a sign saying that Fred Allah here buys soul coins at 100 gold pieces each, and you can deliver a parcel across the plains, up to £5 for 1 soul coin and up to £50 for 2. And as you're reading that, Fred Allah begins to address you. Madam Irving, there is a package for you. It arrived here this morning.
Yeah. What? Yeah, okay.
He reaches down under his desk and produces a small iron lockbox.
That's what I think it is. It's not an infernal puzzle box, is it?
It is not. It's a small iron lockbox.
Okay. I'm gonna check my keychain.
It looks like, it's kind of funny, it looks like any one of your keys will fit the lock.
God, I even had keys on here, but here goes.
There's a note inside that says we've been trying to contact you about your car's extended warranty.
Shit!
Oh,
I paid that.
Paid the wrong scammer.
yeah.
All right.
It was all in
You
Google gift
insert a
cards.
key. Do you care which one? It doesn't really matter. Okay. Well, whichever key you insert unlocks the lockbox.
There's the key for blip dool bloop.
You know what? I've realized I'm playing the wrong music. We're going back to 16-bit for this one, back into hallowed antiquity.
Key for Bippity Boppity, the Godfather. I'm gonna turn it up, I can't hear it. Oh.
Probably sounds familiar.
Need to crank
Very.
up
In
that
any
MIDI
case, the
player.
lockbox is now unlocked.
Cool. I'm gonna open it real cautiously. Just kind of keeping it
Does
to
not
myself.
creak. And as you open it, you see inside the lockbox another key. This one belonging to the drow goddess Eilis Trai, the one good drow god. One of the keys that is not currently on your ring.
Okay. 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 Vice is gonna just kind of very, with like the most intense concentration, she's gonna like try and wiggle the key onto her keyring.
Snaps
And
in place
she
very easily.
I was gonna say she struggles because that's what always happens.
I mean, keys, that
Normally.
takes a good.
But this one looks like it wanted to be on the ring.
Oh. Gonna hold on to the key and just be like, hello?
The key feels warm, but you feel like this is not the right time to commune with it.
Fair enough. Fair enough. All right. Do I have to like pay for postage, or?
Postage has been paid.
Ah. Okay. Good. Thank you.
Have an infernal day.
Oh, you too?
I shall make a concerted effort.
Okay. Bye. Listen, I got most of my tchotchkes at gift shops. I don't know where this key's coming from.
One of them even has Vice on it.
Yeah.
Vice's nervousness has become some of the best comedic timing so far that I have just seen. Just okay. It's so good. Oh, holy shit.
All right. For the moment, let's leave Vice and Vargas there. Blah, blah, blah. And let's go back to the other four of us that are still at the table with Mahadi, shall we?
Oh, right, we're here.
Man, that hamster was really good. I hope it wasn't actually something else.
You saw, like, the hamster's face. It was just a
Delicious. Mm. Gigantic hamster, however, looked more like a guinea pig, but that's okay. It tasted more like ham.
Miniature space hamster, so it's just a hamster.
But I thought it was a miniature giant space hamster.
I'm taking one of the ribs.
I know, it doesn't matter, I'm sorry.
I'm taking one of the ribs and I'm using it to pick between my teeth.
That's a boo joke, a Minsk and boo joke.
Yes. And Ned is just finishing his story that he's telling to well, now I can't remember the guy's name. Mahadi. Gandhi. And he says, and that was the night that I wooed Skoona the half giant into her own bedroom. Half ogre?
Actually, that wasn't her bedroom. She like picked you up and pulled you into a storage closet.
Storage closet. That's alright.
Check out, I think that's episode 2 or episode 3 at the very beginning, everybody. It's on the YouTube channel.
Well,
as your meal is coming to a conclusion, Mahadi waves a hand in the air, and a couple of servants come to collect your plates. Now, if you
seemed like he didn't care.
If you follow the exit directly northward, you will come to a very large tent at the end of the Wandering Emporium. That is our spa campus. You can find massage and sauna treatment there, free of charge, of course.
Thank you. Where again did you say Bernie was located?
The barber stand is just across from the forge. You can't miss it.
This one here, or like over here with like.
The forge is over here.
Right. So across from it, would that be diagonally? Where are we talking about? Oh, okay. I gotcha. I see it. Okay.
Thank you. That is where I will be going.
So free of charge, you say? That's interesting, because you said we get a spa treatment included with our meal.
That
so
is
we
correct.
get
so free of additional charge. So that means if you still want this chit for Red Ruth, your tab comes to 5 soul coins.
Yes, fair enough.
You're muted, PB.
Pay the man.
Damn push to talk. I say fair enough, reach in my bag, and I grab the 3 soul coins I have and the 2 that Vargas handed me. And I'm looking at them in my hand, and I just sigh, thinking that this guy...
As you begin to sigh, you hear the wails of the damned coming from the coins.
Thinking that this guy fucked us out of 5 soul coins. Well, 4 soul coins. We were already planning on 1.
With a big smile.
You're push to talk.
Son of a Damn. Sorry, I have it off push to talk, but I keep coughing. I put it in his hand and I grip his hand real tight, and I say, "Thank you for your hospitality." And I
You
let
notice
him go.
something very funny as that happens. You go with your right hand to put the coins in his hand, and he shakes it with your left, and it fits perfectly somehow.
I hate this guy.
I thought you were going to say that the hand underneath the one that Peter was gripping goes up to hold.
No, it definitely wraps around. You know, 'cause
A
there's shaking
smaller,
hands in the deal.
tinier hand comes out from his hand.
Are you flirting with me? And then I turn tail and I turn tail. Oh God! I turn tail and I grab Ned by the shoulder and I say, "Come on, let's go."
Oh, but I had another story. All right.
Now I think we've about worn out our welcome here.
Lulu is still like lost in a ginormous bowl of French fries.
Lulu, we will be back for you soon. Enjoy your French fries.
What? No, wait, I'm
Nah.
coming.
Oh,
And
okay.
she like looks around the table and she grabs like a couple of napkins and ties the bowl of French fries to her head like a helmet.
It's like the goat feeding thing that they have with the little kid. Okay. A trough necklace. Fantastic.
It's like she's at a beer fest and she just has like the necklace of pretzels around her neck, but now it's just French fries and a Chiquita banana hat.
I was thinking more like, you know how they have those goofy beer helmets with like the straw.
Honestly,
Like a number one on it.
Why did you say it on stream?
I love that there are so many different interpretations of this. I was thinking of the Smarty necklace.
As we exit the tent, do we see Vargas and Vice?
Technically, I think they're inside, right? Although
Yeah.
the door is open, so you can probably see them.
As we exit on our way over to the spa, I'm going to walk over towards Vargas and Vice. I'm going to take the pouch on my side that I'd been shoving food in. I'm going to toss it to Vargas and say, "Hey, Vargas, I got you a doggy bag."
You know, I would love to try it, but I think I'll have to wait until we leave this place, because if I have it here, it might cost me my soul. But I appreciate the thought.
Can't say I didn't try.
Aye.
Hey, you're entitled to one of these spa treatments too. Why don't you come on?
He's not. He didn't pay.
Vice is.
Vice most certainly is.
Mm-hmm. I am.
Alright, well, you guys have your fun. I did manage to get us another soul coin. It cost me a favor to someone in the future. This one right here, Lorelei, she's called. I'm not exactly pleased about the outcome, but, you know, try get some soul coins while you're here. I mean, it'd be a missed opportunity if you were to walk out without one. As far as I see it, I've met my quota. All of you fuckers, you got 2 to go. Alright, well, now, go enjoy your spa and think about it.
I mean, I'm happy to offer more if...
Technically, you only netted 1.
Aye. Well, no, I'm saying, like, I did get 1, but everyone else is -1, so their quota would be 2 now.
Ah.
Offer more for what?
You know, Ned, how about you just go over there for a while? Just don't... Aye. Vice,
Try to turn away a
Vice,
potential
come here.
customer.
You notice
We'll
that
catch
Ned
up to you
is
later. I have some buffing to get done.
halfway through taking off his clothes because he was headed to the spa.
Yeah,
He's already
Bart is gonna
doing it out in the open.
Leave that customer out.
And folks, if you want to see that, that's episode 3, episode 8, episode 12, episode 15, episode 16, episode 19. Ned is just constantly with his pants off.
Well, that's a little bit of an exaggeration. Couldn't have been more than 3 times.
In any case,
Well-
the Infernal Spa or the Infernal Rapture Spa campus is
Alright,
here.
well,
Oh, okay. Bink.
Vargas
you
is
already
not
paid
going,
for it,
right?
Vice.
Vice, are you headed
I'm,
up to the
well,
spa?
I can't.
I think I'm gonna stick with Vargas because I don't want to leave anybody all by their lonesome.
Okay.
Don't worry about me. I'll be alright. Vice, you already paid for it. Go treat yourself, enjoy it. You know, you lost a soul. At least enjoy the body you have.
Then in that case, that brings
Better ways
us
to phrase
to
that.
Vic.
Vic is also not going to join them because, as he said,
I have to see somebody about above.
You approach the barber's pavilion. It looks open, other than the fact that there's like a couple of mirrors hanging. There's a large barber chair in the middle, and standing there next to the barber's chair.
Hello. My name is Stereo Construct 6.6.6, but you can call me Vic.
Like I said, standing there is a very striking-looking Kalashite woman. She wears no armor, but at her hip is hanging a sword, a curved sword. She says, "My name's Bernira, but they call me Bernie."
It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I have been told by a friend that I may be in need of your services.
She kind of looks you over and says, "I can see that. Why don't you just have a seat?"
Thank you.
and he will sit in the chair in the middle.
Lucky, please pick one place or the other. Thank you. For a brief instant, in your mind's eye, you catch a glimpse of a great and ancient copper dragon. As the dragon's mouth moves in your mind, so does the mouth of the Kalashite barber move before you in perfect unison. While the woman says, "My goodness, you're rusty," the dragon says, "The Platinum Dragon sends his regards." The ancient dragon begins to speak in a hurried tone. "I am Balaristal, the agent of Bahamut. My primary mission is to keep an eye on Tiamat and her followers. My capacity as a shopkeep at the Emporium allows for easy reconnaissance, but that is not why we are speaking now. I must warn you, do not under any circumstances allow any members of your party to tell Mahadi about the Hand of Vecna. Yes, the hand of the Lich Lord Vecna. It has found its way into the possession of one of Tiamat's servants. If Mahadi learns of its location, his master Asmodeus will stop at nothing to procure it for his agent's use. Before long you may come to gaze upon the hand itself with your own eyes. If you can destroy it, you will strike not only a great blow against Tiamat, but also against Avernus the Hells and Asmodeus himself, to say nothing of diminishing the great and ancient evil that is Vecna. You may have only one good chance, so bide your time and do not be careless with your life. The owner of the hand is a powerful dragon-born warrior, a fallen paladin with a legendarily powerful axe. His name is Archon the Cruel. Beware you do not lose both your soul and your life to him." With a whirl, the dervish sets a piece of fine-grained sandpaper into a tight spin. It grinds into the last of your rust spots, leaving behind a fine burnished look. The sandpaper drifts to the ground, interrupted only briefly by the last remnants of a gust of warm air wafting from the forge. Looking into the great mirror behind Bernira, you find yourself not only to be completely rust-free, but also polished, unlike any time you can recall. You hear the sound of a stopper, and as you look away from the mirror to see the barber empty the contents of a glass vial into the air above you, you fail to notice her drawing her sword again. With a whirl and a thrust, a small vortex of air atomizes the liquid into a fine mist, which coats your newly polished exterior. Allow this to dry for about 5 minutes, and it should keep you from rusting for quite some time. You're still wondering how she managed to remove all of your rust with just steel wool draped over the end of her blade, yet you find yourself rising from the seat to make way for the next patron. Your friends will not remember speaking with me, but you will. The information I have given you is a gift from the Platinum Dragon. Heed his wisdom well.
Thank you. I will be on my way. Actually, no. How much do I owe you?
That's 1 gold piece for the polish.
Thank you.
I will procure 1 gold piece from, I guess, a little pouch or something, and then I'll give her a second one as a tip.
I have never been this shiny before. Thank you.
It's my pleasure, friend. Please, tell all your friends to visit Bernie.
I shall.
Okay. I suppose at that point, I would go probably just, since I know that they're all at the spa, I guess I would head towards the spa to join the rest of the group.
Okie dokie.
Okay.
All except Vice and Vargas. Which, let's circle
Right.
back to them.
Sure.
Vice,
All
Vargas,
right,
what are you
well-
up to now?
Lorelei, I don't suppose you would like to accompany us on our journey around Avernus, would you? You seem like you might be useful in a fight.
I have better things to do than wander around the Nine Hells.
Fair enough. Never mind. Well, I suppose our business here is then concluded, aye?
I suppose it is.
Well, I suppose thank you for the opportunity, and you'll thank me later when you call on me, my powers, but let me say this. Let it marinate a little while, you know? Let just, you know, I'll just continue to get better as a wizard. The longer you hold off on calling on this favor, the better the favor you can ask of me. You know? Just putting that out there. But,
I'm well aware.
yeah. You're well aware. Great. In that case, you have yourself a wonderful day, and, well, maybe I'll see you around. Vice, let's go for a walk.
Okay.
Well, your instincts weren't wrong. We did get a soul coin out of that one, no matter what it might have cost us. But it wasn't a soul, so that's a win as far as I'm concerned.
I mean, you're able to follow through, which, I mean, it's a favor. Most devils would have probably bargained for the soul straight away. So, like,
Aye, or at least try to sneak it in there into the contract
Yeah.
somewhere.
so maybe there's like some degree of like definitely malice, but like not
I
malice
almost feel like
targeted at you.
you want to say humanity,
I
right?
don't know.
Aye, neither do I. Well, there's this other person. Look at that one. Maybe we go and speak to the other person who kind of doesn't look like they belong, at least not so readily. All right. Maybe you can take the lead on this one. You know, I'm kind of talked out after speaking to Lorelei so long. You take the lead.
I'll give it a go. Hopefully I don't sell anything important, but here goes.
As you approach this stand, you can clearly see a sign leaning up next to it that says Ickers Away, spelled Aweigh, as if to weigh. How may I help you? Buying or selling?
Depends. Is this a pawn shop or?
He motions to the cart, and you can see that there are a number of flasks and a small jug. They're all filled with demon ichor. I both buy and sell.
Vargas, I need you to make a phone call.
A
Spin
phone
my plan
call.
already.
Yeah, we might have some of this demon ichor. What's the going rate?
I buy at 25 gold a flask and sell at 100.
I see. those are quite different prices there.
I'm afraid they're not negotiable.
Yeah,
Mahadi's
you
orders.
know, that's not really a shocker. There's not really many that good deals that I've seen around here so far.
High risk
So,
D-Maker. Like, is there a distinction of quality depending on the location that it's from?
No.
Hmm.
Demons are demons. Dead demons are all ichor.
oh really? That's how you collect it. Dead demons. That is some handy information there.
You must be
I have
new
to
to
keep that in
Avernus.
mind. Oh, very, very. I mean, like, can't tell. You yourself don't really look like you belong here.
He is very clearly human.
How did you end up here?
I am indebted to Mahadi. Until I can work it off, I'm stuck.
Uh-huh. I see. And how did that predicament happen? Because we of course don't want to end up in the same situation. Would you, I don't know, be be able to maybe share a little, about how that happened to you, how we can avoid it?
Unfortunately, part of the contract is that I'm not allowed to discuss the terms of it.
Damn it, it's an NDA.
An
All
embedded
right. Well,
NDA.
Bitch.
that's unfortunate. That's very unfortunate. Well, Lois, do you have any questions for the man? Maybe pertaining to something else.
Hmm. Not a moment. Vice is evidently very out of her element here. Ideally, not artifacts.
I don't suppose you're. Well, you know, Vice, actually, with your knowledge of things, I mean, surely there'd be someone looking for something that you know. I suppose if we keep walking around, like, wait, what is your specialty again? What is it that you're really like well versed on?
Infernal artifacts and some demonic, abyssal, uh, infernal histories. Kind of like a general consensus of that.
Aye.
But she wrote her master's thesis on infernal puzzle cubes.
Yeah.
Right, right.
Give it a read sometime.
Well,
It's pretty interesting.
I suppose we do have some information about puzzle cubes since we ran across one of them. I don't know if anyone here would care about the location of that specific one, though. Or what it contained. Probably not. What if I try, maybe? I suppose we can walk around.
I can't imagine it would be of any worth to anybody since it's already been found.
Well, I suppose that's true. And it's no longer here in Avernus. We didn't take it with us, so I suppose. Suppose we should have brought it. Might have been something that we could have bargained with at some point, but never mind.
Yeah.
A little late for that one.
I mean, Mahadi was talking about sentient artifacts, and Ned's got that shield, but I don't know.
I mean, I don't know if it would be selling out Ned or not if we were to mention it, because as far as I know, he's kind of bound to it. The only way to get it off him would probably be violence.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if we were to bring that up, yeah. Well, I mean, we should probably not be talking about that out loud right now.
Yeah, I feel like that's a group discussion.
And let's leave Vice and Vargas there for just a moment and return to the rest of our friends now at the Infernal Rapture Spa Campus. While you're sitting around lounging, there's a massage service for free and your choice of either a mud bath or a sauna with a nice hot shower afterwards.
I'll take the mud bath.
Yeah, me too.
Because I was just polished, I'm probably gonna go for neither of them, as I don't want to rest again and I don't want to get dirty.
Maybe
But
the
I will
massage?
take the massage.
Damn, Vic, weren't you just rusty a couple of minutes ago? What the hell happened to you?
Yes, well, you see, Bernie is very, very good at her job. She asked me to, but also I do highly recommend you take a visit. She is very good at what she does.
She just polishes things?
I shine bright like a diamond. Even though they were fresh, but we do not need to think about that right now.
All right, well, I need to go get some... I got this knot in the back of my shoulder from this damn sword. I'm going to get that worked on. I'll be back.
I hope they can untie it for you.
Okay, so everyone's just gonna sit around and enjoy the spa and so forth. So let's take our final break for the evening 5 minutes early, shall we?
Okie
It is now the 55 minute. That's 5:55 for us here on the West Coast, 8:55 for all of those of you out on the East. And we'll be back in 10. Greetings, everybody. We're back from our last break with the exciting conclusion of tonight's episode of Descent into Avernus here at the Wandering Emporium. And our party is still split.
These massages feel divine.
I'm gonna get out of the mud. Is there a place to shower off?
Yeah, like as you get off, like two servants kind of hose you down and direct you towards the shower.
So once I'm cleaned up and such, is there anything else to do there besides a massage?
There's like a sauna. You can procure other services at an additional cost.
There's a sauna in Avernus. Seems
Yeah,
a little
That's the whole reason why I didn't go to the sauna.
a little
It
redundant.
doesn't quite feel like Avernus here.
Yeah.
I mean, food actually tastes like food, you know?
It just feels like Arizona.
So I'm gonna get dressed, unfortunately. And I'm gonna go over to this thing and see what this is.
Yeah.
That's just like a canopy that somebody has set up next to their large infernal war machine. That is not a shop.
Ah, well, that's disappointing.
This also is not a shop. That's like a storage, not like a locker or whatever, but just like a tent with a bunch of crates and stuff under it. This is not a shop. It's like a snack stand where people are giving out complimentary popcorn, but it's currently closed. And this is not either. This is the kitchen, and that's no admittance to guests.
Gotcha. What is this place? The green?
That one says... actually, you have to get over close to it to see.
Sure, I will do so.
It says Zeneth's Larva Farm.
Oh. I'm not a huge fan of bugs.
I'll make my way down towards these gigantic, fiery-looking creatures.
Okay. First things first. Vic, are you going to enter?
Yes.
Okay. As you do so,
Hello.
you see behind a desk there is a very gruff-looking hobgoblin wearing... Ornate is not the right word, but it is a very impressive-looking set of armor. It looks kind of... I don't know what the right word is. It just oozes malice. It's something like some kind of evil warlord would wear. There's spikes and bits made of obsidian. It's dark, but it's impressive. And as you open the door, the person behind the desk says, "What do you want?"
Do you farm larvae here?
And as you look around, you see there are... you know what? There are a number of empty cages, but in 5 of them, there are strange-looking creatures. They look like caterpillars the size of like a small to medium-sized dog, but where the caterpillars' faces should be, it looks like some kind of crazy demonic bug kind of thing, a Yugoloth. The smell that they emit, however, is weird and gross. So if you would imagine the scent of Avernus, right? Avernus is like if you took raw sewage and you spiced it with like a little bit of cinnamon or, you know, rosemary and thyme, okay? But if you wanted to compare that to the scent of like the abyss would be like if you took raw sewage and then some more raw sewage puked on that raw sewage. And then somewhere in the middle is a place called Gehenna. That would be like just straight raw sewage. And that's kind of the odor that these things are emitting.
Luckily, I would not be able to tell that.
You could just say they smell like raw sewage.
Yeah, I don't have it.
Context.
I don't have a nose.
You can smell, however. You do have an olfactory sense. You can taste. You can
I don't
smell.
believe I can. I don't
You
believe they
can.
can smell. They can eat though.
No, you can smell. It doesn't say
You
you don't have
develop
a
the
sense of smell. Warforged
specifically
can
for
smell,
this
can
moment.
taste, can touch, can see. You have all 5
All
of your
right.
senses.
Fair enough.
Disgusting. They're very cute, though. How much?
1 soul coin each.
That's a bit expensive. Do you sell anything else here?
No, but perhaps, maybe I could sell you something.
I mean, that is the... Yeah,
Or
that's why
maybe
I'm...
you could sell me something.
Oh, like what?
Are you hitting on me?
I am programmed to perform many tasks.
If you bring me Mahadi's head, I'll give you 9 soul coins.
That is incredibly tempting. I will consider that.
You know there's one rule here, right?
Yes.
No violence. But if you
Hmm.
can kill Mahadi, then he won't be able to enforce it. And I'll be
That
free
is-
of this place.
That is true. What is your name?
I'm Zeneth.
It
I
is
was
good
a
to meet
warlord
you.
in life, and now I live out my days under contract, indebted to that despicable, disgusting person.
As a warforged, I can understand your struggle with being chained and servitude, and I will consider doing my best to get you away from this situation.
I would appreciate it.
I will take my leave now, but do not be surprised if you see me again later with a head in my hands.
He just smiles as you walk out. Okay, let's take it to Francis then.
Yes.
Francis, you approach a very large forge. There are tiny little fire spirits milling around the forge, very large fire spirits also milling around the forge, hammering iron and steel into place. There are several suits of animated armor tending to things. Up against one of the 2 very large infernal war machines that the forge is next to is a display. On one, there is a lot of weaponry, and the other, there is a tremendous amount of armor. All different types of armor, everything from leather to plate. And the weapons, there's everything from wooden staves to great swords. The style of the weaponry and armor is all very infernal looking, but the craftsmanship is impeccable.
I'll make my way over to the weaponry. Does it look like there's anyone in charge in the area?
It looks like every now and then you see one of the salamanders kind of point to one of the armor golem thingies or to one of the tiny little fire spirits and offer some kind of order or command, at which point they go off and do it. I'm going to guess you probably don't speak Ignan, though, so you can't understand what they're saying. However,
Surprisingly, no, I don't speak
as
that.
you walk up to the armor or the weaponry display, you see something interesting. Something stands out to you. There is a trident, and across the cross piece of the trident where the 3 prongs come together, there is a sunburst.
Hmm.
Sort of like what's on the hilt of your sword.
Right. Excuse me. Can you tell me a little bit about this this trident here?
The salamander towering over you looks down at you and speaks to you in a language you do not understand.
Does anyone here speak common? Hablo communese?
The salamander points at the trident and looks at you like with its eyebrows raised as if to ask a question.
I would like to know more about this. Are you able to speak common?
It mumbles something in a language you don't understand. But, hold on, I gotta look up the price of a trident. Tridents normally cost 5 gold, so this one, he counts on his fingers to make the number 25. No, wait, that's not right. 12 and a half, sorry.
12 and a half gold?
12 gold, 5 silver.
Looking at it, do I get a sense that this is a magical weapon?
You definitely feel like it's out of place.
I'll reach in my bag and I'll pull out 12 gold and 5 silver, and I'll hold it up and I'll say, I'll point to it and then I'll point to the trident and hold it up.
He grabs the trident and hands it over to you and holds out one hand for the coins.
I'll plop the gold and silver right in his hand.
He takes it and stashes it in a drawer on the side of the forge. And goes back to pounding steel.
Taking a moment to look at it and investigate it.
The instant that it falls into your hands, your consciousness is taken elsewhere. You find yourself in the ocean. Not too far from the surface, it's still bright from the sunlight. And you can feel the presence of a god both above and below you. And you know that both Poseidon and Lathander are watching.
Interesting.
Poseidon says to you from below, "We have been noting your progress." And Lathander says from above you, "And we are here to offer you something." We both feel that your current path, this oath of vengeance, doesn't quite suit you perfectly. It's very close. But we would like to replace one of your abilities with something that we find more appropriate.
Okay, what do you have in mind?
We offer you the Path of the Euphotic Knight. Do you accept?
Is that something that rings a bell in my head? Is there anything going off?
The euphotic zone of the ocean is the depth of the ocean where sunlight is still bright, up to about like 1,000 meters or something.
Gotcha. Yes, I trust in... hold on. We're in Avernus. Do I get the sense that these are actually the gods talking to me?
Yes.
Okay, then yes, I do accept.
Okay. Then your channel divinity ability is going to change as follows. You lose the Abjure enemy ability, and instead you're going to gain 2 channel divinity options, only one of which you can have active at any time. You can change them when you take a long rest. The first is called Poseidon's Wrath. When you activate this ability, any number of creatures that you choose within 15 feet of you must make a strength saving throw, otherwise they take 2d6 bludgeoning damage and are knocked prone by a tidal wave. The second is called the Light of Lathander. It's essentially the daylight spell, causing bright light in a radius of 60 feet from your location for 1 minute. However, as a bonus action on each of your turns... No, that's not right. I'm sorry. At the time that you cast the spell, up to 6 creatures of your choice gain 2d4 temporary hit points.
Nice. And then I would still have my Vow of Enmity?
Correct.
Okay.
And you can only have one of those 2, either Poseidon's Wrath or the Light of Lathander, active at any time. You can switch them when you take a long rest. Please choose one of them now.
I will choose the Light of Lathander.
Okay. And then you feel the gods smiling at you from above and below, and then you find yourself standing in front of this forge, in front of the salamander, looking at a trident.
It's just a regular trident.
The trident seems to be pulling itself towards the greatsword on your back.
I have to use both hands to do this, but I have to do push this out. I take the sword off of my back and I hold it next to the trident.
The trident reshapes itself. The prongs change configuration. And as it melds into the greatsword, the hilt of your greatsword becomes that of like a trident.
Sweet.
It's a long ass scythe, is what that is. Right?
I feel like a Ninja Turtle right now.
It's still just a +2 greatsword, but there's a little bit of that Poseidon flavor back in there.
Sweet. All right. Anything else on the armor side or the weaponry side that looks appealing?
Everything else looks very infernal, but it looks very sturdy. All of that armor looks real tough. All of those weapons look real sharp. Even the bludgeoning weapons, they have that nice, sharp, angular kind of look.
Right. All right, I'll make my way back towards Vargas and Vice,
who are standing there in front of the Ichor stand, not buying or selling any Ichor.
Yeah, pretty much.
what's this stand over here doing?
Well, this one.
I am buying and selling demon Ichor.
Aye. If we kill some demons, apparently we can get their ichor. Apparently that's how it's done.
What you buying at?
25 gold a flask.
Francis, your sword looks different. Did you get a new sword?
I was gonna ask about that. How much
This?
did that
No,
cost?
that's how it's always looked.
No.
I'm not even going to make them roll insight for that one.
No.
Come on, at least let me roll a deception against them.
Okay, go ahead and try it.
All right, I'm going to redeem the one that I had redeemed earlier in chat where I rolled a 16 plus my 6, which is a 22.
Oh, shit.
So is that insight or investigation or?
That'll be insight to contest his deception.
Well, I can't beat it, so there's no point in me rolling.
You accept the answer, but you don't feel good about it.
It just kind of looks at you.
It looks.
Charisma.
I swear it looks different, but okay. I was just wondering if there was a place to, shop for new stuff, but evidently not.
This is the thing about Francis. Every time his weapon changes, he just says, "Nope, it's always looked like this." Gets away with it every time.
I'll take your word for it. I mean, you wouldn't lie to us, right?
Of course not. Why would I lie to you?
I have no idea. That would be really hurtful.
Nah, I'm just playing with you. Of course my weapon looks different. I went over to this forge over here. They had a trident, and when I held it close to my longsword, the two of them melded together and created this new thing. I'm not even quite sure what it does yet, but I mean, it looks pretty cool, and I take it out, and I'm just sort of showing them before putting it back, realizing that we're in the middle of a place that doesn't allow any sort of aggression. Quickly putting it away and being very self-conscious.
So
Shiny is it?
You bought how much did you pay for it? For the
I sold my soul for it.
At that point, this
Well,
hobgoblin who's standing next to you, Francis, goes, "Whoa! Can I see that?"
I'm sorry, it's not for sale.
No, just hold it out. Let me get a look at it.
Francis lies more than any paladin.
No,
in the history of the
I
earth.
think we should keep the weapons sheathed. And Francis, we're gonna have a talk later.
But that is a very impressive-looking sword.
Yes, it is. I've done quite a bit to get it, but I am very happy with it.
Come on, let me see it.
You see with your eyes, not with your hands, and you can see from there
I
quite
don't want to
fine.
touch it, but you got to draw it out of its sheath.
Oh, I don't think we should.
Come on.
The important
Why do you
part,
want us to draw our weapons so badly?
I just want to see it. That is an impressive-looking sword.
here's the thing: is it's inside of the sheath. It won't hold those two prongs. That's the fancy part about it. I pull it about 3 inches out and show them. The rest of it's just a great sword, and I'll put it right back.
Oh, but the blade looks so sharp.
It is quite sharp, but unfortunately, I'm not going to pull it out
Is
in
that
here.
carbon crystal compression? That has to be folded steel. Come on, let me have a look.
Unfortunately, this is a weapon of the gods. I am not about to pull it out.
Oh, wow. There's no
Got any soul
violence here.
coins?
We all know that.
Yeah, that's why we're keeping it away.
And he kind of halfway pulls out his longsword out of his belt, and he's all, "See, I only got this thing. It's not nearly as impressive. That's a sword."
Okay. You've seen enough of it.
He looks dejected and kind of starts to walk off.
Real quick, the Light of Lathander, the ability is that my allies will get plus 2d4 temp hit points. What was the other part? The
It's
daylight?
basically the daylight spell, centered on you for
Gotcha.
1 minute.
Gotcha. Okay.
Ice is gonna turn to France and be like, "You sold your soul?
Of course I didn't sell my fucking soul. I'm just messing with Ned.
Language! What the? Why did you say that to us?"
Hello, I am chaotic good.
That. Mm,
Ned goes to the forge
What's
tent.
chaotic good?
that is kind of.
Kind of like astrology and.
Yeah.
Well, I'm an Aquarius.
I'm a Virgo with a rising Pisces. I don't give a fuck.
That sounds very airy,
Capricorn evil.
Francis is definitely an Aries.
Yeah. Also, in the meantime,
Ned is like in the middle of the forge.
yeah.
What's Ned
Ned
doing over
and
there?
Ned and Vic seem to have gone over to the forge area.
Yeah. Yes.
I wanted to just kind of take a look and see if there's like anything. Just like, I'm holding just a regular rapier at the moment, as well as a regular crossbow. Is there
There is
anything?
every possible weapon.
Okay.
In here magical, but if you want a hand crossbow or whatever, it's there.
Gotcha.
Every weapon in the player's handbook is there. All the armor, all that stuff is there.
But not necessarily anything that's like an improvement on what
Nothing
I've
magical.
got. Gotcha. Okay.
I'm going to find a particularly impressive suit of plate mail and ask how much for the plate mail.
What does plate cost?
Oh, you're gonna go by actual prices. Never mind.
No. So regular plate armor is 1,500. It's gonna be marked up. So
Yeah, it doesn't matter. I don't have that much gold. I was gonna see if I could get plate mail. Gonna see if I get plate mail for 25 gold. Apparently not.
Go full trash can.
Yeah, full trash can would be nice.
The R2 suit. Yeah, you can buy anything in the player's handbook at a 150% markup.
Yeah, no, I'm good.
As am I.
Okay. As you're walking away from the forge, Ned, Vic, Francis. Vic, you've already seen her, but Ned, Francis, you see a very striking-looking Kalashite woman with a sword at her hip in the barber's stand. And as you give her a passing glance, she motions towards the barber chair.
Ned no longer has his pants again.
There's no
Ned
pants.
has his pants on.
That was
He's
the
been-
fanciest of glances.
He's been deep.
He's been pantsed.
I'm going to say to Francis, she's a little short for me, but whatever. And I head over to
She did a great job of polishing me.
You motion, or you walk in, and she motions towards the barber's chair, and she says, "Let me guess. You'd like a shave and a haircut?"
2 bits.
2 bits, right?
Dun 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 dun.
I could use a trim.
Perfect. Now, hold still. And with
How much
one
is it going to
blinding
cost?
fast motion, she draws her sword, and in about 5 cuts, she shaves your entire face perfectly close shaven. And she says, "I'm sorry, what?"
What I was saying was, how much is this going to cost?
Oh, 1 gold piece.
Okay.
Are you all right?
It was a little abrupt, is all.
Don't worry. I'm very
You're
skilled.
really good with that blade.
Well, someone has to keep the riffraff in line. And she motions her head towards the salamanders and all of the armor and the fire spirits. And the one who's standing right adjacent to the ford, who is kind of, he was banging steel, and he kind of looked over. Everyone kind of stops to watch, when she draws her sword. And as she makes a motion with her head towards the salamanders, the one at the forge kind of puts his hands up as if, in surrender, and goes back to working on the forge. Now,
My
for
my
this...
robot friend. Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
He had a lot to say about it. It's like you were his main goal. He really wanted to come and see you. You must. I figured you must have been really good.
Well,
He does
was
look
quite
nice and
rusty.
Listen,
You tried being knocked out and in pieces for a few months.
No one's blaming you. Now, as for this mop of a hairdo,
Oof.
and she makes one straight cut across the top and then a few more, and then before you realize it, you're standing up to look into this great mirror that she has behind the barber's chair, and the haircut that you've been given is impeccable. It's a sort of a bold new take on your old hairstyle, but it's clean. As it grows out, you realize it's going to look very natural and require very low maintenance, and it's even complete with a clasped braid. And as you're trying to figure out how it was that she braided and clasped it with a sword in just a couple of seconds, you find yourself moving out of the way so that Francis can get to the barber's chair. And you can't remember for the life of you. You kind of remember the general gist of what you said to each other, but you can't remember for the life of you any specific single word that she said. That'll be 1 gold, please.
Yeah, I flick a gold at her, and
She snatches it out of the air with her empty hand. Please come back anytime.
Yeah, I'll do that. This is great. This is the best haircut I ever had.
That's what they all say.
Usually there's a spot or two without any hair left.
You shouldn't be cutting your own hair. Let a professional handle that.
I'll think about that next time.
His favorite bowl is in the dishwasher. They usually just use that for the haircut.
And your name, sir?
Name's Francis. You see how the hair is right now? I usually like to have it a little poofed in the front and slicked back nice, real tight to the head.
Like a pompadour?
Yeah. Like a nice greaser.
All right. Then the facial hair, how do you want that trimmed?
Clean as can be.
Done. She very gently, very slowly and deliberately lets her hand come to rest on the hilt of her sword. And with half a step, she draws it and steps forward. And then she becomes a whirling dervish of blade cuts. And in about 10 seconds, there's a pile of hair on the floor. Your face is clean shaven. And you've got a nice slick hairdo. And as you find yourself rising to look into the mirror to inspect her handiwork, You also find that you're unable to recall anything that you said to her or anything that she said to you. And she says to you, "That'll be 1 gold, please." Push to talk.
Push to talk.
All right, then. I flick a gold to her. Frickin' push to talk.
And she snatches it out of the air with her empty hand.
Woo-wee, you look slick.
At that point, Lulu floats into the chair.
Oh my goodness.
And Bernie wraps her arms around
Oh,
Lulu
no.
and gives her a big hug and a kiss on the forehead. And then she sticks a lollipop in Lulu's mouth and she flits off.
I look visibly disappointed that I didn't get a lollipop.
They say Avernus is in hell.
Well,
Okay then. See, I told you, she is fantastic. Look at how shiny we all are. Well, you're kind of shiny, Francis. Ed, you're just shaven. You look good, though. You could be shiny, though. Go back.
He's gonna walk over back to Vice and Vargas.
Vice does not recognize you. She's not seen you as a
Hello,
shiny.
Vice. Hello, Vice. I am still variant construct 6.6.6. I am just extremely shiny now.
Yeah,
You can call me Chic or Shiny Vic.
I don't think I'm gonna do that.
You can still call me Vic as well. I will reply to either.
That sounds like a really good product name. Maybe we should try to trademark in that.
Something like a razor blade, maybe.
Perhaps one that contours to the shin bone.
This stream brought to you by
Procter & Gamble.
Unfortunately, not a sponsor, but we're listening.
So, y'all are looking real dapper.
Thank you.
How'd that happen?
So, well, I guess now that we're all here, well, maybe once we're all here.
yes.
Lulu says, with a mouthful of fries, "We all got our haircuts over there."
So, I saw the person I needed to see. That was Bernie. I was sent by my dear friend to see Bernie, and Bernie told me some things about some stuff. Vice, I would assume you may know something about the Hand of Vecna.
Yeah.
Under no circumstances should we tell Mahadi anything about it.
Why?
It could mean the death of all of us and the failure of your mission. We should destroy it.
Just say all that out
Just-
loud, eh?
Destroy it?
Oh, nice.
Yes,
Destroy the hand of
of course.
Destroy the hand of Vecna?
I understand this is no simple task, but it is something we may be coming across soon, and when the opportunity presents itself, we should jump on it.
You notice now that there is a bearded devil standing next to you, with his back turned, pretending not to listen.
That's a really funny joke, Vic.
I do not understand.
So let me get this straight. You were playing poker, and this hand of poker you had was so good that you called it the hand of Vecna because it was, what was it, a full house or a royal flush?
I do not know anything about poker, so I unfortunately cannot answer your question.
Wow, Vic, you're so funny. Shut the fuck up.
All right. Well, I guess we should probably get out of here before we get ambushed.
That is understandable. Is there anything else we wish to buy?
Well, I mean, if you can find a way to get a few more soul coins, that would be good. Since we lost so many.
Or unless you had some other plans, like
Well,
Perhaps.
there is one other thing we can do. I met another friend. It is the man under the green tent. He sells thugs. They smell very bad, but there is an opportunity for us to make quite a lot of soul coins.
He smells. He
This is something that I do mind if somebody overhears, so I will not say this out here.
I'm sorry. Did you say he sells thugs?
He sells bugs.
Thugs?
Bugs. Insects.
Oh, bugs.
Bugs. Like the bunny.
Oh.
Yeah, what's up, Doc?
You need to see a doctor? Is that okay, Vic?
We will not go into those details. However,
Not a doctor
again,
yet. I'm working on that though.
I have been presented with an opportunity that could make us a lot of soul coins.
I don't know what
Alright.
this plan is, but I like it.
Unfortunately, I do not know where the best place would be for us to discuss such things.
There's the
Probably
privacy
in the
place.
car. Well, I mean, we think it's privacy. It's privacy from each other, but I wouldn't be surprised if the guy, what is his name, Mahad, or whatever his name is, I wouldn't be surprised if he's listening to everything.
He did tell us that even he has to follow his own rules. However,
Aye.
there
And
is
then hell, no one lies.
there is no insurance that we actually have to believe him.
Best to err on the side of caution. If you want to speak about this, we should probably go, into the vehicles.
Well, before we go, I think I may have also found an additional business opportunity depending on how it presents itself. So I think I'd like to explore that, at least before we leave.
Lulu looks at Vargas and Vice and says, "You guys should go get your haircut."
Why, so I can be the prettiest corpse in all of Avernus? No, I don't really mind. I like to be a little scraggy.
Vargas.
Aye.
She cut our hair with a sword. I mean, that's the coolest thing I ever saw. And it's a pretty good haircut.
I mean, aye,
does
you're
look
all
pretty
looking
impressive.
pretty dapper. But I like to let me stuff grow out. I don't think there's any reason for me to do it. But Vice, if you get your hair cut, I'll watch you.
Okay. All right. I mean, I guess it's a little long, but hasn't really grown much. So
You
Well,
might
no
even be able to
pressure.
make it longer.
Whoop,
She's
group hydrate.
pretty magical.
Just never seen someone cut hair with a sword before. Seems an odd choice.
And a group stretch, thanks, Killa.
Oh Jesus! I gotta move so much. Okay.
There's also
I'm
a
reminded
hydrate
that I
there,
have
too.
bones.
You're late for that one, Penny. We just did it. You figgly fool.
It's a cool bottle though.
Oh, really?
I like your bottle.
10 more hydrates, please don't.
It's
Oh,
good
no.
shit.
I will have to go refill my water if I have to drink 10 times more.
just take really tiny sips.
All right. So, yeah, I'll go get my haircut.
And I will watch Vice get her
Lulu
hair cut
definitely
from
tags along
this.
behind.
This is a weird thing. This is weird.
I mean, it wouldn't be a normal thing to watch someone get a haircut, but someone getting their haircut with a sword? That's pretty cool.
As you sit
That
down
people
in the
want to
chair,
watch.
the Kalashite woman with the sword at her hip asks you how you would like your hair styled.
Just kind of like it's like a trim.
So
Maybe
I'm kind of
some
thinking
layers?
just like it looks on your token,
Yeah.
basically.
Yeah.
So,
Just be careful around my ears, alright?
you have such lovely pointed ears. Hold still.
Yep.
You might need a shave.
And very gently, she very slowly and deliberately allows her hand to come to rest on the hilt of her sword. In an instant, she draws it, and she begins to whirl and dance around you. Little bits of hair start to fall off, and she even wraps some kind of oilcloth around the end of her sword and polishes the stone on the end of your choker so that its dullness is now gone and it again matches the color of your eyes perfectly. At the very end, she even adjusts your glasses into place. You find now, as you're rising to look into the great mirror behind the barber chair, that the haircut that you've got now is the haircut that you've always wanted, the one that you've tried, the one that you've seen in your mind's eye, but no one has ever been able to quite pull off. You're muted.
I'm not muted, no, I'm just silently reacting.
She says, I hope you like it. As it grows out, it should look very natural.
Uh-huh.
That'll be 1 gold piece.
Yeah. I kind of just limply toss her the gold piece
She
and just like
snatches it out
slowly
of the
back
air
out of the tent.
With you like as you're standing up to look, you do not feel threatened. You feel safe in this pavilion. And as you flicker the gold coin, she snatches it out of the air and says, "Please come again any time." And you realize that you cannot recall for the life of you a single word that she said, although you can kind of remember the general gist of the conversation. And as you're turning to walk away, you see something else very interesting. She's now cleaning the floor, but she does so by twisting her sword in a whirl so that it creates a little vortex of air and it sweeps the hair up.
Look, how did you do that?
Many years of practice.
It's really cool.
Thank you. I worked really hard at that.
It shows. Thanks.
My pleasure. I sort of consider the individuals that come in here the canvas for my art.
Oh. You're an artist?
I mean, you took a look in the mirror. What do you think?
Yeah.
Has anybody seen Don't Mess with the Zohan? Because she's giving me that vibe. If you haven't seen it, you don't know what I'm talking
Breakdance
about.
fighting.
He's like the most awesome anti-terrorist fighter ever, but he just wants to be a barber.
All right, well.
How about you, Master Dwarf?
Well, I'm not really looking to get me beard or me the hair on me head cut, but do you do other places?
I could braid that beard for you.
Oh no, it's fine, it's fine. I got a bit of hair in some other spots that I wouldn't mind getting removed.
I'm sorry, I only do hair, head and face.
Oh, that's too bad. That's too bad.
I
All
know
right,
there have
well,
been a few
in that
halflings
case,
that have come in here asking me to shave the hair from their toes, and I'm sorry, I just don't do that.
I mean, I can't blame you. I'm not really much of a feet man myself, but all right. In that case, I suppose the show was all I really wanted to see. That's all I came for, and you put one on.
Well,
So you have
that's free.
That's free. Well, you know what? I think that deserves the gold coin in any case.
She snatches it out of the air.
So now, how did you come by these skills? Were you taught? Did you just develop them yourself?
Where I come from in Kalimshan, we favor the curved sword. I spent many years practicing, although my understanding is that after many years, very few are able to cut quite so precisely.
Aye. I mean, it looks almost like magic to me.
I can
I'm a
assure you
wizard.
there's no magic going on in here. This is just
Aye.
skill with the sword.
That makes it even more impressive, if I'm honest. I mean, magic can accomplish many things, but this physical acuity, it's a whole other, I don't know, whole other mastery, I suppose. Oh well,
You know what they
you've
say,
earned the,
a sword takes a minute to learn and a lifetime to master.
Did you
Aye.
manage to find
And you don't-
yourself here?
That is a very long story, and unfortunately, due to the nature of my contract, one I am not at liberty to discuss. But suffice to say that if it wasn't profitable enough for me, I wouldn't be here.
It's a strange place to choose to stay.
Oh, but an interesting one. When
I
was the
suppose
last
there is
time
that.
that you saw a half-elf, a dwarf, a gnome, a warforged, a holophant,
Every single day.
and a water genasi all in the same place, while
back
surrounded
to
by
this.
fire spirits on one side, devils and lycanthropes on the other? It's pretty exciting.
If you bring me a large enough mirror, I could perhaps make that happen, but, alright. I suppose that's something. But you can see all kinds of people, up above as well. I'd say
From
probably
time
a
to
greater
time,
variety.
the Wandering Emporium does venture into the prime material plane. Mahadi has formal dispensation. So every now and
that's
then
actually-
again, I go home.
Huh. So if we were to just travel, behind this Emporium for long enough, we'd eventually end up there.
No, you have to be in the Emporium when it leaves.
Alright. So we'd have to be under contract.
Yes, unfortunately. Only employees of the Wandering Emporium are allowed to travel with it as it moves across the plains.
I see. Well, that is interesting. Would you perhaps know of any services a wizard like myself could provide? This Wandering Emporium.
I'm afraid I wouldn't know about that. If anybody would be willing to procure services of the magical variety, the arcane variety, it would definitely be Mahadi, I would think.
Aye, you're probably not wrong. I figured I should probably ask him about it before we leave. Alright, well, thank you for your time. It was nice to watch your performance. You certainly earned that gold piece. Well, maybe we'll see you around.
Please, come back anytime. Tell your friends.
Aye. Take care.
If I live, then I will.
Bernie shoots you a sideways glance and says, "You'll live."
Vice looks very confused as she exits.
Alright, Vice, I'm gonna just quickly go talk to Mahadi one last time, and I'll join you in the rest soon, alright?
Hey, I'm gonna go check up on that other business opportunity that I found.
Alright, perfect.
Alright.
Okay, Vice, as you wander off, Lulu is going to kind of just come to rest on your head while she's munching on her fries.
I dare not tilt my head.
If she starts to slip, she's going to flap one of her wings anyway. Let's see.
She slips?
Let's handle Vargas first, shall we?
Sure, shouldn't take too long. So yeah, I'll just go up and approach Mahadi. Alright,
He's
so...
sitting at the bar having a drink of something.
Is that bearded devil kind of hanging around?
He's sitting at the bar talking to Mahadi, or standing at the bar. Mahadi's sitting.
Okay, so I guess I'll just like slowly, kind of walk closer and closer. Are they silent? Like, are they under that spell, or can I
No,
hear
they're
them?
just chatting. They're at the bar. It's like open.
Right. Okay, so I guess I'll just go take a seat next to them, and I'll just give that bearded devil a look.
He totally mad dogs you.
Are you
Would I
busy,
be able
Mahadi?
to, while this is also happening, would I be able to essentially also meet up with Vargas there, but sneak my way in to get next to it to just try to see if I can overhear this conversation?
You
Since
could
they're at the
certainly
bar,
try.
that'd just be a stealth roll.
Yeah, you want to roll me a stealth check?
I can do that. I'll get up to the door and then I'll roll the stealth here. 16.
You walk in, and you definitely the bearded devil definitely doesn't look your way. However, as you cross the threshold into the Wandering Emporium and you can begin to see the gigantic inside,
Mm-hmm.
Mahadi kind of eyes you with one eye and goes back to his conversation.
Okay.
Anyway, back to Vargas.
Are you busy here? Having a chat?
I'm never too busy for my guests.
I see. Well, I was just interested in seeing if you did have any work for a wizard. Short term, of course. You
What
won't
did
be
you have
sticking
in
around for
mind?
too long.
Perhaps you'd be willing to
Well,
sign
you
a
know,
mercenary contract.
a mercenary contract. That could be quite interesting. Is there something out there in the waste that you want taken care of?
There is.
Do tell.
There are a few of the Avernan warlords. They make it difficult for me to run my business sometimes.
I see. And so, if we could broker some kind of alliance between you and them, or find other ways to take care of them,
Brokering an
that would
alliance with a
satisfy.
warlord is like trying to have like a waterfall trying to sign a peace treaty with gravity.
Ah, I see. Yes, we've already had a run-in with one of them. Well, let's say two. And so, what would the nature of this contract be? The eradication of one of them, two of them, three?
The more the merrier.
The more the merrier. All right. So in that case, would it be a commission basis? Each one taken care of is another one paid for?
Something along those lines, yes.
I think we can come to an agreement then. Okay.
Bring me
So,
one
how
of their
much
heads and
per?
we'll talk.
Aha. All right. So, no contract necessary. Just on a head-by-head basis. Aye.
Unless you have something else in mind, Master Dwarf.
I think that'll do quite nicely. I mean, it's a shame we didn't hang on to the head. We've already reduced your problem somewhat. I don't suppose you want to chuck something our way for taking care of at least a fifth of your problem.
No, I don't suppose I would.
I don't suppose you would, no. Things out here in the West aren't the easiest. I mean, we had these infernal war machines that we need to get around on. And
Yes, and it appears that you are currently in possession of Ragadraga's demon grinder. I'm sure that
aye,
was no small feat.
that wasn't that big a feat either, if I'm honest. I mean, not for a wizard like myself. As I said, got some skills.
Bold claims.
Well, not too bold. I'm still alive in these parts, aren't I? Gotta count for something.
Let us hope it remains that way.
And besides a mercenary contract, is there no other services that we could potentially provide for you?
Nothing comes to mind at the moment. However, if you have some service to offer, I am all ears.
Well, let's see. If you have, let's say, anyone that you want to just punish for a wee while, I do have some things for that, or, you know. I can create some safer spaces for people to be in for a while, or
I believe that this establishment is the safest place on Avernus.
the
I can
safest
think of no
place in
place
Avernus.
safer.
Do you allow people to sleep here?
Sometimes.
Aye. Well, I haven't really seen a nice place for someone to really shack up, but for me, I can create a place, private of course, that someone could sleep. In
And I
fact,
could allow
that
someone
quite
to
a few
take one
people
of my
could.
booths. What is your point?
One of your booths? It's maybe not the most comfortable of spots. You know what I mean?
I
I suppose
believe
you could
this
zhuzh
is the
up the
most
place.
comfortable place on the plane. Are my cushions not to your liking? Are they too firm for you, Master Dwarf?
Are you flirting with me?
Well, I don't know. Maybe there's a lot of tricks up your sleeve that I'm not aware of, and I suppose there's no need for me to find out now.
You did find yourself
Perhaps.
super comfortable when you were sitting down.
Well, perhaps I do not have anything in my arsenal right now that can provide you too much use. Maybe in the future, when I've developed my skills a little more, there'll be something there.
Well, anytime you wish to return, my door is always open.
With the
Are you sure
approach,
you
did
won't have a meal?
Sorry, what was
Are
that?
you sure you won't have a meal? 1 soul coin,
Oh,
5 courses, and a spa treatment.
I'm sure it would be lovely. I don't doubt it. And don't get me wrong, I miss food a lot, but right now I have to prioritize us actually being able to leave this Emporium since it doesn't seem like we're well suited to working here, at least not in this current time. So I must bid you farewell.
I am sorry to hear that, but if you change your mind, I will be here.
When Vic and
I'm
Vargas
sure.
approached, did Vic overhear the bearded devil? Was he able to get close enough to hear the devil say anything to Mahadi?
No, by then Vargas was already talking to Mahadi.
Okay.
All right. Well,
And let's take it over
take
to
care.
Vice.
Again,
What do you require?
so I wanted to ask about the package service thing.
You may send a parcel of no more than 5 pounds to anywhere across the prime material planes for 1 soul coin, up to 50 pounds for 2.
Gotcha. How are these parcels transported?
Via magic, similar to the plane shift spell. The couriers will be my friends here, and he motions toward the imps. They kind of nod.
How you guys doing? I say it in... I start speaking full Infernal at this point.
They look at each other, and they kind of just go back to their work. They kind of look at you as if they're taken a little aback by a half-elf speaking Infernal, and then they kind of look at each other like... You kind of read their faces like they're a little surprised and maybe a little happy about it, and then they kind of look back at Fred Allah and go, we better get back to work.
Okay. Well, I was just curious, if you're interested in, like, a courier system where, like, I don't know, you commission someone to take a package in a direction that they happen to be going in. Kind of like I had a dream about this thing once, like Uber Eats or something. I think that's what it's called. Something along those lines.
We have a courier system in place. What did you have in mind?
I just explained it, but just like...
What particular location do you mean?
I mean, just if I'll come back, but like I gotta figure out where I'm going first. I want to figure out if there's like a door open there, you know?
I suppose you mean a metaphorical door. If you are searching for employment, perhaps a contract can be drawn.
Hmm.
But we only hire from within the infernal hierarchy.
Is there like a minimum to the infernal hierarchy?
We only hire imps and above.
Imps and above. Based off of my knowledge of infernal hierarchy, would I know where I fall as a lost soul?
Yeah, you do not rank. You are not a devil.
That's rough. That's rough.
You would also probably know, however, that you can gain an infernal rank from a contract.
I know, but I have to make a contract.
Without a soul to bargain with.
God, how much is my soul worth? Because I sold it originally for dirt cheap.
You more had it stolen, really.
Oh, so you admit it's theft?
The dungeon master does.
God. Okay. Well, it was worth a shot. I mean, I appreciate your help. Thank you.
You are welcome.
Have a... Oh, also, thank you to the imps back there. You guys are doing great work.
They nod kind of sheepishly.
Have
an infernal day.
Yeah, you too. Have an infernal day. I'm gonna back out.
Lulu's still munching on fries.
Vice is gonna begin an internal checklist of, okay, how long until I reach the point where I'm willing to sell my soul to get everybody out?
Well, seeing as how you've already sold your soul, don't really know if that's an option for you right now.
Anyway.
But in any case, I think that just about concludes everyone's business here at the Wandering Emporium, right?
Just about. But Vic has some unfinished business with Mahadi.
Oh.
Oh, does he?
Oh, does he?
Hello.
Yes, how may I help you?
I remember you told us you were interested in information.
Yes. Always. Information is power.
How would you price information?
Well, actually, let me figure out how to best ask that question. Sorry.
If one was to find a possible dissenter within your group of loyal subjects, and one was to know that somebody was plotting against you, what would a price on that kind of information go for?
I see you've met Zeneth.
I sure have.
His assassination attempts amuse me. It's one of the reasons why I keep him around. It
The
keeps
man
me
offered
spry.
The man offered me 9 soul coins for your head. I thought him a buffoon.
Ha. The price keeps rising. He keeps trying. And he cracks his knuckles. But no one has been successful so far.
I see.
I do enjoy the attempts, however. Beyond them being flattering with the increase in prices and whatnot. It helps to get a little exercise from time to time. Keeps the joints limber.
Understandable. Speaking of joints, I'm sure your friend here has given you some information.
Oh,
That is something I am willing to provide for free.
do tell.
I know who this belongs to.
Who what belongs to?
Hmm, that's something you'll have to pay for if you would for me the answer.
I mean,
What?
as far as I know, Vic, if he's asking me what belongs to, Vic doesn't know if the bearded devil has told him anything yet.
He just looks at you a little confused.
Well, I suppose that in that case, we have absolutely no business. Have an infernal day.
You too. Please come back anytime.
I plan to.
And with that, before we talk about the consequences of the meal that most of you had and how we're going to go forward, we're going to draw an end to tonight's session because we're now 12 minutes over. Everybody, thank you so much for watching. Make sure you follow us on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, and PV was nice enough to give you a link to Discord or our Discord, excuse me, in Twitch chat, so you can come and hang out and play some games with us. Remember, you can check out our YouTube channel to see past episodes of games like this one.
Wait, there's consequences to eating food?
Oh, yes. And hopefully not what you would expect. We'll be back on Wednesday with the Tomb of Continuation after the end of the Tomb of Annihilation, building towards the Tomb of Horrors. We'll see you then.
Bye.